Hiya. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, Robin. Oh, Jesus. Mm-hmm. Oh, dear. Hiya. How's it going? Sorry, I'm getting... Link tree in profile. Hello, hello. Hi. Oh, am I out of focus? This camera does something weird where every time I turn it off and then I turn it back on, it's out of focus, which is weird because the focus is like internal on the lens. It's not digital. Hi, Mike. So there's no reason that turning off the camera should really do it, but my bangs are being stupid. I need to trim them. They're too long. Should we trim them now? They look really stupid. Why do I look like I have like little fucking commas over my eyes? What is happening? I have parentheses. Why do I have parentheses? This is a 5 head. It needs an exclamation point, not parentheses. What is going on? Something's going on. Everything's going on. We're in a mood tonight. And by we, I mean the royal we. Me. I'm going to bring you all down with me. Go for it? All right, Mike. Good advice. Damn it, Nan. I'm doing great. No, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Thank you, Nan. You're in a mood? Oh, thank you, Elvis. This is an A7R3, I think. Sony A7R. It's like a film, not film. It's a photo camera. It's a DSLR. So it's like halfway decent. It's very good compared to most cameras that people use. It's definitely better than most cameras used for live streaming because it's not real. It's not like a webcam or anything like that. And it's better than most cameras used for content creation as well. So it's definitely, but it's not like insanely good compared to like film cameras. Does that make sense? It's a DSLR. What's got me so steamed is TikTok CEO has been meeting with, or speaking to at least, Elon Musk, asking him for advice, for Trump advice. We're fucked. We are fucked. Oh, I'm sorry, Robin. Why? Did something happen, or are you just like in a mood? Oh, yeah. That can definitely be a danger. This, I don't think, has overheated. It runs out of battery once every several hours, which is fine. That reminds me, I should plug this back in. I don't think I've had issues. I should check it more often. The overheat. Probably not going to overheat right now, but I should probably watch that. Watch for that. I need to trim these. I don't know if they're just flat or if they need a trim. They probably need a trim. Oh. I get that, Robin. Honestly, if it's any comfort, it's probably like he can probably only be a good dad now that you're not in the picture because he can't rely on you being a good mom all the time. You know what I mean? So he's kind of going to be forced. He's kind of forced to be a good dad now. And that's not, I'm not saying that as like, oh, here's the bright side. Like that's something that I have seen discussed by numerous women and stuff. I think, I think it's more, I think it'll be a negative influence. I think it'll be like, well, play by the rules and don't piss, dear leader off by letting these, progressive voices and messaging do well. Like, prioritize, pulling an Elon, making it like a fucking MAGA friendly and only MAGA friendly spot. God, I've never met people so fucking afraid of dissenting opinions. Yeah, that is nice. He's going to be like, play ball, and we'll treat you nice. Yes, exactly, Non. We fucked. Not that these are safe havens necessarily, but please find me here and here. They are also not safe havens, but I gotta set up my clapper, actually. No, it isn't. Stop lying, dude. I stay up late. What do you mean I stay up late? Oh yeah, Tristan? Why? No, I don't curl my bangs. It's all an illusion. Check. Oh, well, thank you. Isn't that nice? Yeah, well, it's a borrowed camera. It's not really like, I didn't get like a new camera, but it's a borrowed camera. In my eyes. Oh, that must be it. Yeah, I did a face mask last night. It's an A7R III Sony. That's a good question, Mike. So Mike on YouTube asks, so is the move to stay and try to keep the message despite the hate, or jump to another platform with more credibility / ethics? Both. I know, right, Andrew? That's what we're talking about. I don't think he wants to have it, but he's going to be like, well, just play nice, Only allow the content that we like, and you can stick around. They are, yeah, Tristan. I think I'm going to stick around, Mike, as long as I can and is tenable, but I'm also going to be building like a life raft while I still have time. My biggest audience is on TikTok. Sorry. I do. They did not show what you claim. They don't show what you guys claim them to show. Jesus. The call tomorrow? We'll call tomorrow. Yeah, Mike. So what I was saying is my biggest my biggest audience is on TikTok, and that's, I'm monetized on TikTok. It pays a good chunk of my bills. I'm not nearly as big on any other platform and stuff, nor do they pay. Supposedly YouTube pays well or better, but like YouTube is also like full of MAGA, and they fucking hate me on there, which is kind of funny. It is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's really easy to trigger MAGA on YouTube, but it doesn't translate to like, bill paying. Freezing a lot on TikTok. Shh. It's my Wi-Fi. Something's going on in my connection. Yeah. What call, dude? Explain, Shoes. I asked you already. What call? Me too, Andrew. Did I tell you I got rejected when I tried to get verified on TikTok? They're like, one of these publications is not something enough. The Kamala call? What's the Kamala? Who's she calling? Oh, no. Andrew. With Uncle Tim. What is the call? Why don't you just... How about you use a full sentence and tell me what is happening? It's a grassroots call on Zoom. For what purpose? An organizing Zoom with Harrison? I don't want to fucking see. Okay. Thank you. He's not in charge of banning TikTok, Non. That's not how it works. He says a lot of things. Robin. It's literally like not up to Trump. People who keep saying, and it's funny because like the fucking Gen Zers who keep repeating that will like, oh, Trump says he's gonna save TikTok. It's like, he's the guy who first banned it, like back in 2020. He issued an executive order to ban it outright. He's the guy who started this. After him, after it was like overturned because they were like, you can't issue an executive order like that to ban TikTok. Then Republicans in Congress were like, oh, we'll do this for you. And so they've been pushing the legislation for 4 years. 4 years they've been trying to get this done. And it wasn't until Dems joined up because of Is and Pal, which is like the one thing that every fucking person in Congress can agree on because they're all conservative on it, that Dems were like, okay, fine, we'll join you to do it. Yeah, but that's a Republican-led thing. The guy who wrote the whole thing in Project 2025 that Trump is nominated to lead the FCC, he said that it should be banned. That's gross, Denko. I agree, Amanda. You know what's crazy, too? It's his supporters don't believe anything he says. Because whenever I'm like, hey, look, Trump's going to do this, they're like, no, he's not. And I'm like, this is exactly where he said it. They're like, that's not what he meant. Or he didn't mean that. And it's like, okay. They don't believe a fucking word out of his mouth, ironically. The problem is I believe a lot of what comes out of his mouth. I believe a lot of it. But I know what's possible. You know what I mean? And I know what isn't. So when he says something that's like outright not possible, I know that that's not possible. But I believe a lot of it. His supporters like believe less than I do about what he says. It's crazy. Yeah, right, Joanna? I agree. He was joking. God. Guys, find me on here. I don't know if you saw my latest post. TikTok CEO has been hanging out with Elon Musk, asking him for advice. Let's make a clapper. I'm going to make a clapper account. I got reached out to by Clapper a while back, and I like let it kind of fall by the wayside. And then I reached out again. Let's see. Clapper. Whoops. Thanks for the follow. He was just joking. Oh, for sure, Denko. Yeah, I absolutely have considered that. Actually, I made a post about that recently. The modern right, especially MAGA, is completely built on, I mean, they outright say like triggering the libs, but that's just like a description for like it's dopamine seeking, right? They're out here because the most the biggest return, dopamine surge they get is from like, upsetting someone, which is normal, right? That's normal. Most people don't know this, but arguing with someone actually triggers dopamine in your brain. And yeah, so basically like trolling someone, it's like the same thing. It's just, an extension of that. So they really like seeing people upset. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shoes. Is there such a species? Well, we'll see about Clapper. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Thanks for sending. I'm unfamiliar with Clapper monetization options overall, but like let's see. Hold on. What is it called? I forget. Creator rewards program. Creator that or YouTube that reward content in general. And performance in general. Or is all the monetization structured as in specific / limited way? Thanks. I'll create an account now to familiarize myself with the app. Thanks. Bren. Send. All right. Oh, did someone get... Sorry, what's... Oh, really? No, that's funny. What's going on here? Nothing. We're just hanging out. The UFO battle on December 3rd? No, what is that? What is the UFO battle? All right, let's download Clapper. Let's see what the fuck this is. Clapper. Oh, apparently I've already downloaded it. Whoops. I have to re-download it from the cloud. Basically, I don't think... Okay, so there's some... income equality, Noah. I feel like true income equality would mean, firstly, a world with no disease means everyone is immortal, basically, or mostly immortal unless unalived, which means that inequality is able to calcify more extremely. I think, that means if you're born into poverty, you have a much longer life spent in poverty. And yeah, and if you are wealthy, you have a much longer life to take advantage of that wealth and stuff like that. So, but I think true income equality would also indicate equal access to a lot of resources, including something like healthcare, right? Like that sounds like a world where healthcare does not depend on income and whatnot, and which means we probably have some sort of universal healthcare system. And also, immortality sounds like the worst, personally. Oh, okay. So I'm on Clapper. Oh, cool. Pride? All right. So apparently I am on Clapper. What the fuck? Okay. If you guys want to find me there. Should I make a post? Should we post on here? Oh, there's my TikTok. Okay. Let's post on Clapper. How do we do this? Okay, let's film. Tap to create a new video. Allow. Should we do this? Look. Where in the world am I? I'm in New York City. God, my bangs look stupid. This is how I'm going to introduce myself to Clapper. I'm in Brooklyn, New York. That's not true, Swami. All right. Hi, Clapper. I've just made an account. We're live on all the apps. And I've just made this account to try to get people to come. Hi. My bangs look weird. This is not a great introduction, but here we are. Okay. Bye. All right. Does this have audio? I've just made an account. We're live on all the apps. And I've just made this account to... Okay. Hello. Clapper. Hashtag live stream. Hashtag new creator. I don't fucking know. News and history. Let's try that, I guess. Public, allow others to download. No, fuck that. I guess, okay. Allow while using app. Do 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 do. Edit cover. Okay, very similar to TikTok. It doesn't have nearly as much stuff. Can I edit? Is there a way to edit the video? Adjust clips. Okay. Okay. All right. Save. Fuck it. Let's post it. Let's see how that does. I haven't yet, Amanda. Clapper is an app that's trying to replace TikTok. If TikTok goes away. They also are like, they're selling themselves as like a free speech app, so they don't have like that much censorship. We'll see about that though, won't we? Okay. I guess I gotta add my, It's designed to look a lot like, whatchamacallit? Let's see, under this news, are you on here? Yep. Follow. All right. I did use MySpace. Let me ask my boyfriend what he thinks. Oh, he's in here. Hi, Philippe. Thank you for the notice me. Let's see. Under the desk news. Who else? Pearl Mania. He's on all the apps, right? Oh, he's not on here. Okay. I guess I don't know anyone else on here. When are we gonna bestie? I thought we were besties. Is it really? Is it really mostly alt-right types? God fucking damn it. They've asked me, they like reached out and they're like, hey, will you post things on Clapper, like a news thing? We'll like pay you to do news posts and da-da-da-da-da. And so I just emailed them and I was like, are there other monetization things? Because they're like offering to pay me, but like not very much, you know? And for parents of TikTokers, not really. Well, what they're trying to do now is they're trying to get people to like jump. They're trying to, because everyone's afraid of if the TikTok banana goes through, they're trying to like situate themselves to be the app that like catches all the TikTokers looking for a new place to coagulate. So it looks exactly like, I mean, it looks almost exactly like, it looks a lot like TikTok. So, and they reached out to me, you know, they reached out to me a couple of times whenever I have a video going like quite viral. They will reach out and ask me to like join kind of like the news team. And I just keep forgetting about it. So I've kind of like let it fall by the wayside. But yeah, they're the blue ski. Exactly, Amanda. So I don't know. Whatever. No, it's Clapper. Lemonade is also owned by ByteDance, guys. So when they say, when people are saying like, oh, Lemonade is going to replace TikTok to get around the ban, that's not true. It's not going to not be banned. If TikTok is banned, it's almost definitely also going to apply to Lemon8 because they have the same like ownership structure. So the app is Clapper. There's not very many people on it right now, I think. But I'm on there, same username. I guess I gotta add the thing. I also have to add Blueski, don't I? I'm also on Blueski. I'm on all the apps. Please find me. Especially this one. This is the only other one that I have like that's monetized like properly. No, it's not Lemonade. Stop lying, Jared. Beam, 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 beam. Thank you, Non, for the rose. Okay, what's the app from 2021? Clapper. What's it called? 2021. Skeeting. What, like, the article on what, though? It depends, agent. He's gonna try. Oh, Business Insider, you said, sorry. Clapper. Business Insider. 2021. Mixture. Well, actually, I'm not gonna pay. No, I'm not gonna pay for this article. Ew, really? I'm not paying for this one either. Damn. But that was 2021. There's the more recent app says Clapper reviewed TikTok dude probably won't attract Gen Zers. I don't fucking know. Whatever. I'm just going to post the same stuff to there that I'm posting here. You know what I mean? I don't have a basement. Did you vote for him? I don't have a basement. I'm sorry. Also, it depends on who you voted for. I'm only keeping people safe who made the effort to keep me safe and keep themselves safe. Personally. You can't vote? Oh, okay. Fine. If and when I get a basement, well, who do you support? Who would you have voted for? If you could. You'd support me. Okay. All right, you can hide in my basement if I ever get one. There you go, Cooter. Oh, can you not vote, Cooter? Are you located elsewhere? Cooter. Yeah, you are gonna pay for it. You can't come to my basement. Confused. You're not allowed. Sorry, not sorry. Really? None? I was literally just thinking about that like yesterday, I think. You know, when your mind wanders, I was like, man. Maybe it was today. I don't remember. But I was just thinking about that. I was like, you know, I don't want more TV people. But I was like, is it crazy that... Oh, you know what it was? It was because I discovered that, in fact, you guys weren't wrong. You know, because people every once in a while will come in here and, like, jokingly be like, vote for Brenna for president. And I'm always like, I can't run for president because I was not born in America. But some of you guys were right when you said, oh, natural born citizen technically applies if you were born to, like, an American parent and you were naturally born as a citizen. Now, here's the thing. That hasn't quite been tested. But that applies to Ted Cruz, and no one stopped that guy from running, at least not in the primary. I would be curious to see if he had won the primary, if people would be like, that doesn't actually work. But if Ted Cruz could be president, that means I could probably be president. I was just thinking about that, and I was like, I would never actually be president. I would never actually run. But I was like, what would my campaign be? And I was, and then, you know, because I was like, no one wants a fucking... This is how my brain goes, okay? I was like, no one wants like a fucking content creator run for president. Like, we joke about it and stuff. And I was thinking about all the content creators too, okay? And I was like, just, you know, you would have like hours and hours of footage. I'm like, I'm sure there's some clip somewhere out there, somewhere where I'm saying something that's absolutely going to piss some people off or something. And then, you know, and of course, MAGA would lose their minds if they were still around then. And then I was like, but maybe that's the point. Maybe what I would be able to do is just like, you know what, like, I'm not going to, or people would lose their mind if I was like, yeah, vote for me, campaigning, and trying to like hide who I was. And I was like, no. What I would do is I'd be like, listen, if you want me to work for you, I'll do it. Like, vote for me if you want me to work for you. And if I win, I'll do the job for you. I'll do my best. But if you don't, that's okay too. You know, this is what I'm about. This is what I believe. I'm not an expert in everything, but I believe in expertise. So I believe in hiring experts that are well qualified. I believe in, you know, human rights and doing things that benefit the most amount of people rather than just benefiting a small few. And I would listen to people who know what they're talking about. And that's all I can promise. That's what I would do. And I'd be like, if you want to give me the job, go ahead. I'll do a great job for you. I promise. I always do a good job when I'm hired. But if I'm not hired, it's okay. Anyway. I know, Amanda, but I'm really like not. That's not really what I'm about. Like, I believe in radical honesty. That's like my one problem. That's the fucking thing, too. I was realizing, I was like, no one wants a radical honesty person running. No, it's not that they don't want, everyone says that they want it, right? But then, in practice, it's hard. It's hard to have a radical honesty person. But my radical honesty would be like, yeah, listen, I can tell you what I would like to happen, but I'm also not going to pretend like the structure of our government doesn't severely limit what can be done. I'd be like, I'm going to do my absolute best to try to make that happen. But also, like, you guys also got to vote for the people that are going to help me do that. So, no, agent, can we not, like, fall for the fucking propaganda designed to make us, like, fall in love with the fucking Trump family and think, oh my God, they're so cute and harmless. It's fucking propaganda, guys. Yeah, I think you're right, Mike. Mike says people only want honesty about things that don't matter. Am I from Jalisco? No. Sold the case. Can we not? Their radical honesty is RFK's hell. What I don't get about the fucking RFK Jr. thing is like, oh my God, you have this guy, and not just this guy, but like these people, right, who believe that there's like poisons in everything, and they want fewer regulations. Like, that's nuts, guys. You understand that, right? You're afraid of like poison in your food and you want to go all natural, and you want fewer fucking regulations. That's not how that works, dude. Throughout history, time and time again, there's evidence of like, if you leave companies up to their own devices and don't regulate them, they will knowingly put out things that are harmful to people. I just talked about this in my like, my IUD post, because I just got my IUD replaced, because of, concerns about the future of reproductive care access in this country. The first one I got 8 years ago, almost exactly to the day. And the last time, the knucklehead fucking one. Anyway, so I did, in my post, I shared a bunch of the history of the IUD and stuff. And I was talking about this, back in the 70s, there was this IUD, the Dalcon Shield, that was really, really poorly designed, which basically ended up giving the IUD, like the IUD used to be really popular. And then because of the Dalcon Shield, it gave IUDs a bad rap. And so they fell super out of favor. And like, we're not like, a lot of women don't even know what IUDs are and stuff. And like, I was never told about the IUD, like not during health class, not by doctors when I was like struggling with the pill and all that kind of stuff. Like, never. I had to find it online. And because I remembered an episode of House, and I was like, I know that exists. There's an episode of House where a nun, spoilers, but it's like 20 years old now, where a nun turns out is having an allergic reaction to copper, and she has an IUD from her previous pre-nun life. Right. And so I knew that there had to be this thing. I was like, I remember this thing. So I went and I found it, whatever. So just everywhere. You remember that episode? Yeah. Right. Fucking epic episode. So I think so. I think you should. Oh, is that Christmas brownies? Christmas brownie. Are you just being spammy, dude? Is Christmas brownie just being okay? Let's get rid of Christmas brownie. Stop spamming. We don't really like spammers here. We put up with a lot of shit in here. Not spammers. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Sorry about that. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. Anyway, long story short, DuPont icon of integrity. Exactly, Mike. But so the Dalcon shield came out. I forget what company it was made by, but basically, it was able to go to market because at the time the FDA didn't regulate medical devices. And I have issues with the FDA. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, exactly. Mike says that the tats on the nun were a good twist too. Yeah, she had a life before being a nun. I believe there's some line to that effect. Anyway, yeah, I have my issues with the FDA for sure. But the FDA, before the Dalcon shields, the FDA did not regulate medical devices. It only regulated like medications. And the Dalcon shield was designed very poorly, and it hurt and unalived a lot of women. And so eventually, you know, they had to sue. There was a whole thing, and it turned out, you know, after all this, it turned out that the company that put it out actually knew of the risks of the Dalcon shield, but because they were completely unregulated, they put it out anyway. And like we've seen that so many times. DuPont is a great one, a great example. You know, all the companies that make like Teflon and stuff. We've seen it with tobacco companies. We've seen it with oil companies. They know that what they're doing is harmful to us, and they'll just bury the research, which is why you need regulations. Like like this whole bullshit idea of like, oh, just like free market, and like the free market will like result in companies only putting out good products, otherwise they won't make any money. That has never been true. All they care about is money in the moment. And if you unalive like eventually because of their product, as long as you like spent as much money as they could get out of you on their product in the first place, they're good. They don't care. They don't care. You know what I mean? That's it. So this whole, yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's what regulations are for. I don't know why everyone thinks that companies are so fucking altruistic. The bottom line, yeah. But the idea is what people always, that's not the issue exactly as I see it. What do you mean, Jared? What a lot of them say is like, they're like, well, you know, they care about companies care about making money. So like if they have a bad product that's like harmful to people, then they won't make money with it. So that's why they won't put out harmful products. And we know that's not true. We know that that's not fucking true because we see them repeatedly put out products that they know for a fact are harmful. Like we see that. It's fine. It's because and the only time it becomes the only time it actually affects their bottom line is when they get fined. But the only time they get fined is when regulations kick in and like they get regulated. That's the only, you can't fine someone for doing something wrong when you don't have like a law that says, hey, that's wrong. Does that make sense? So that's the only time. But the fines, even our regulations are so fucking weak that the fines don't do anything. They still make a bunch of money. So they still are like, okay, great. We can keep doing, you know, putting out harmful shit. Hi, Cynthia. Thank you for the heart me. Because it's like for their bottom line, it's great. It's great. What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, that too, Jared. But also like, you know, consumer pressure, you know, that can mean so many different things, right? It's more like consumer pressure. Sure. If you're Oreo and you're putting out, you know, a subpar cookie and a competitor out here has a better tasting cookie, people are gonna like, the market is gonna pressure you to either like improve your product or not. But like, you know, when we're talking about if you're the only cookie like Oreo, you know, and not Hydrox on the market, let's say that people's lives depended on Oreos for some reason, you know, the market isn't going to pressure you to do anything. If you have like enough of it, or if you just like keep people in the dark, especially like if they pass, I mean, we see them put poisons in so many things. Like Teflon is absolutely like poisonous, right? And we know that for a fucking fact. And but like they got away pretty much scot free with that shit because all the people who were affected most seriously, they were affected so seriously, they passed before they could do anything about it. You know what I mean? And they have so much money. It's like even if like one person or even if like a large group of people come after them, it's like swatting away like some mosquitoes. Like, yeah, okay, you might get stung, but it's not going to take you down because we have no power against corporations. That's why we have regulatory agencies in theory. But like for these people to be like, oh, there's poisons in everything. Let's get rid of the regulations. It's like, what? What do you think took the other poisons out in the first place? For company goals to change, we need investments not to transfer into company power. CEOs messed this up, and that one Supreme Court ruling making profit is company. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Strawberry Milkshake is that guy again. Bye. He was in here earlier. He's just spamming. Penguin. Well, but they most countries like stop putting fluoride. Yes and no. Other countries, a lot of other countries that like stop putting fluoride in water either already have a lot like higher amounts of naturally occurring fluoride or replaced it with other things. We actually like did this research recently. So it's not like they took it out because it was bad, but their water is actually usually more highly fluorided naturally because fluoride is like naturally occurring and stuff as well. Well, because a lot of them didn't have to add it artificially. That's why. And they also and some countries had other things more readily available, so they put those things in instead of fluoride. Oh, yeah, they also put it in their table salt. Thank you, Andrew. You're right. Yeah, that's the other thing we found. Thanks. I totally forgot about that. Right, but okay, so do you want fluoride in your table salt instead? Because we can do that. They put fluoride, like, it's not that they're not giving people fluoride. They're still doing it. They're just doing it in, like, other ways. You want both. Okay. I will say, like, if you do the research, I mean, fluoride has benefits, absolutely. But if you have like good dental hygiene, like if you're brushing your teeth every day, like twice a day anyway, the fluoride in the water isn't going to make a difference. However, there's like large swaths of people and kids especially who like don't have good enough dental hygiene where not adding fluoride is going to like where they're like good, without added fluoride. So it's best to just like passively ensure people have fluoride. And by the way, like poor dental health like leads to all sorts of problems. Like it leads to like heart problems and shit and heart disease. Yeah, exactly. Right, Andrew? No need for fluoride where there's a lack of constant sugary foods and drink. Yes. Yeah, Mike's okay. Yes, but also they add fluoride in again, they don't put the fluoride in the water. They add it to like other products. So it's not like they're not getting fluoride. They still are. Fluoride and like other sort of like teeth thingies. And cancer, yeah. Congratulations on what? No. I got on here in a bad mood. Funny enough. I usually remain pretty calm. Actually, the more anger I get, the quieter and more like evil I get, I will say. If I'm like yelling, I mean, I'm rarely like yelling, but if I'm like getting animated, usually I'm having fun with the anger, if that makes sense. If I'm really pissed, but also like when I'm calm, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm pissed either. I don't know. Most of my emotions, I will default to calm. Yeah. Fluoride can inhibit. Let's see one. Do I like hot Cheetos? I don't know, maybe. Audio delay. Do other people have audio delay? I was talking about were you in here just a couple days ago, Cynthia? I was talking about how it's time to bring the fort back. I can't make the fort now because I got to bake a pie in a couple days, or 2 pies. While Philippe is here, do you want to shit talk him again? It might be, yeah. Philippe is insisting on me making 2 pies. 2 pies. 2 different types of pies. With 2 different types of crust. Neither recipe that I have made before. He doesn't bake. He says he'll help. One of them would be pumpkin pie. Thank you. Bring it. Yeah. How is it? That's so fucking stereotypically male, too. You know what I mean? Do they have to be gluten? Yeah. Well, one of them is like, they don't have to be gluten, but they will have gluten because the recipes have gluten. Costco pumpkin pie is good, though. Yeah, he wants me. I told him, so originally he was like, hey, can you bake something? And I was like, yeah, I can bake like a pumpkin pie. I'll get my grandmother's recipe. And I was like, but I've never made her recipe. So like, let's just be prepared. If it doesn't turn out well, like just be prepared that we'll have to like buy a pie, to take that. And he's like, no, it's going to be fine. I was like, okay, but if it isn't fine, just be prepared to get a pie. And he just like would not have it. He was like, no, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I was like, okay. Fine. But if it isn't fine, just be fucking prepared. We're going to go to a grocery store, pick up a pie. It's not that big of a deal. Like, there will be pie. But, whatever. And then, I know, that's what I'm saying, Agent. I'm saying he has such strong feelings about these pies. He should fucking bake them himself. That's what I told him. And he was like, I don't bake. And I was like, yeah, clearly. I know you don't. Right. Yeah, but Cynthia, he wants a very specific type of caramel apple pie from a very specific, like, it's a recipe that was put out by a very specific bakery. And also apple pies, like, aren't as simple as all that. Like, I've made apple pies. They can actually be quite tricky because the problem is with apple pies, because they have like the top crust and stuff, it's really easy. Like, apples have a lot of liquid in them, and obviously a lot of pies do, but like, you want like a flaky crust, right? But it's really easy to accidentally trap either too much steam or not enough steam. So either, your crust can end up like really soggy, or the apples themselves can end up like really dry. Apple pies are not as easy as, they look. Especially if you want a good fucking crust, which you do, because like the art of a pie is really, it's in the crust. So you can make pecan pie. Yeah. Well, Cynthia, you also are like, you're talking about your recipe too. Like I'm sorry to fucking be dismissive, but yeah, I'm sure you've made apple pie many, many times, but not every apple pie recipe like works perfectly. You have to reduce the apples first. Yeah, I haven't even like fully looked through the recipe to see. I also have to make the pie crust the night before. And I was like, okay. And so I first offered a pumpkin pie. I'm sorry to everyone who heard me bitch about it yesterday, but Philippe said I'm allowed to bitch about him on here. And oat crunch crumble crust on an apple pie. I know, right, Jill? But again, he's like, let me see what the fucking caramel. Oh wait. So let's see. Like this recipe also includes like cider vinegar. Combine the water, cider vinegar, and ice in a large measuring cup or small bowl, and bring the butter out at the last minute. You want it to be cold, cold, cold. Oh, this is for the fucking, yeah, it's a very flaky crust, which in and of itself is very difficult. Again. No, I know what caramel is. Make the caramel, the apple mixture, and the spice mixture. Jesus. Whisk together 1 cup of the granulated sugar and the water in a medium saucepan and cook over medium-low heat until the sugar is just dissolved. Add the butter and bring to a slow boil. That's the caramel. You know, cooking, da-da-da, deep gold brown, almost copper, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Juice the lemons into a large mixing bowl. Core, peel, and thinly slice the apples. Dredge the apple slices in the lemon juice. Sprinkle lightly with the remaining 2 tablespoons of granulated sugar. Set aside so the apples soften slightly and release some of the juices 20 to 30 minutes. In a large bowl, sprinkle the Angostura bitters over the raw sugar. Add the cinnamon, allspice. Okay, so this recipe doesn't have you reducing the apples at all. That's good. You're trying to wife me up. I will absolutely fucking not. I will never be your wife if I will make the pies this year and never again. Absolutely fucking not. Cinnamon, allspice, and nutmeg. If I remember correctly. That's the thing. This is such a thing, dude. Like, it's such a cliche that the man, like, volunteers his wife to, like, bake something or do the cooking for, like, I've seen multiple TikToks on this, by the way. My FYP, like, knew it was coming and was like, girl, you better run. It is such a man move to basically voluntold any new film no, I wish, Mike. I started getting political online, so everything fucking dried up. But if you got anything for me, you let me know. You like it? That's good, Sean. So, oh, thank you, Zach. So, yeah, whatever. So he basically volunteered me. And listen, I'm happy to bake. I'm happy to bake. I am. And I'm happy to make a pie, and I'm happy to show up and be like all nice and impressive to his mom and all that kind of shit. But at the same time, like, while this is going on and I'm happy to, like, do it my way, like, it also drives me fucking nuts that it's like, okay, I was like, okay, I'll bake a pie, but, like, just so you know, like, we should be careful about if it doesn't turn out, because I don't bake pies. I was like, I have a recipe. I can make it work. I know that the recipe is good because I eat it every holiday season because my aunt makes that recipe and her mom made that recipe, you know, for many years before that. So I've had that pie. I know it's good. I have not made it, so I can't, you know, I don't know if I will fuck it up. I probably won't, but just in case, just know, you know, with a brand new recipe, you always got to, like, leave some room for error. But it drives me crazy that not only that he's insisting, it's fine. He doesn't want pumpkin pie. That's fine. It doesn't have to be pumpkin pie. And so I asked him, like, okay, so what kind of pie do you want? And he was like, I don't know. it's driving me crazy that he picked a very specific pie that he wants. This very specific caramel apple pie from a very specific bakery. He wants me to make that. And he's pushing me to make 2 pies of 2 different types. So he's like, make that one and the pumpkin pie. Even though I'm like, dude, that's 2 brand new fucking recipes. That's a lot. 2 totally different types of crust that you need. 2 totally different processes. I have not made either of these. Both of them take... It's driving me crazy. He's being a man. He's being such a fucking man. Or rhubarb. He really wants rhubarb. But rhubarb is not in fucking... Philippe, I'm a fucking... This is going to be a thing. Make them sweet potato and punish him. Yeah. That might be what I do. He really wanted rhubarb, and rhubarb isn't in season. And he was like, I bet we could get rhubarb. And I was like... Can we? He was like, yeah, we could definitely get rhubarb. And I was like, Jesus, I don't fucking know. Mind you, I have never touched rhubarb in my life. I have never tasted rhubarb. I would love to. I was actually on here last spring talking about how I really want to try rhubarb one day. I would love that. I can only imagine what it tastes like. Can you imagine me baking a pie with an ingredient I've never even been in the same room as before? And, like, having it be a pie that's supposed to, like, impress his fucking mother. Yeah, rhubarb. Rhubarb is not... Parts of it are poisonous. Great. Even better. Making the crust is easy. Well, it depends on the crust, Tim. It depends on the crust. Some crusts are easy. You even volunteered to babysit your wife's friend's husband, more akin to prison bonding. Or I volunteered to fix their computer. Volunteered to help someone move. Yeah. I feel you, Mike. Rhubarb is like a plant. I think you eat the, like, stems or something. It's a stalk vegetable. That's the one. It's like purple celery. But apparently it tastes tart. This should be a sitcom episode. What, me sitting on here and bitching about what I thought to be a progressive boyf who is pulling such a fucking classic man move. Such a man move. And I'm so at my wit's end with men in general right now, too. That's what's adding to it. But also, by the way, you know, he's going to hear me bitching, and maybe, just maybe, he'll get to this point where he's like, you don't have to do it, it's fine. But now that I know, and now that I've pushed back for several days at this point, saying, like, it should be 1 fucking pie, and, like, baking is not that easy, and da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, and we've had this conversation numerous times, and he has, like, insisted numerous times. Number 1, I am pissed. Number 2, now when he's like, okay, fine, I'm going to know that he's, like, really fucking disappointed, so I'm going to want to do it anyway. I'm going to be guilted into doing it anyway, when I think it was just, like, an unfair set of, like, expectations to really, really push for in the first place. Even if ultimately he's like, no, you're right. Okay, it's fine. Now I'm going to feel like shitty and guilty. So now I'm going to fucking do it anyway. But I'm going to hate it every step of the way. I'm going to be mad. It's not that I'm going to hate it. It's not that I'm going to hate it. But I'm pissed. I'm pissed at the, like, principle of how this all played out. Oh, shut up, Philippe. Sorry. I didn't mean to tell you shut up, but, you know. That's what I was saying, Cynthia, from the beginning. I was saying from the beginning, like, I'll make a pie, but I'm going to make it, like, early enough. I was like, what time do you want to leave? What day, what time are we leaving? So I can make a pie early enough so that if it doesn't mess up, we can go buy one. And he, like, would not have it. He, like, thinks it's fucking impossible. And yeah, chances are it'll turn out great, but, like, what do you mean? It can absolutely go wrong. Like, don't get it in your head that everything is always going to go perfectly. Because it's like, come on, be fucking realistic about it. Maybe he gets rhubarb on Christmas. Yeah. I don't really eat pie. Always have an out, right? Exactly. And just always like, it's not just have an out, because I have the out, right? Because I was like, obviously, even as much as he's in denial about things ever going wrong, I'm like, okay, I have an out. I will buy a fucking pie at the grocery store if I have to. But like, what bugs me is the fact that he's just like, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What do you mean? No, it's going to be fine. You won't have to do it. And it's like, yeah, if everything goes right, chances are everything will go right, right? Chances are. Because, I know how to bake, even though I don't really bake pies. I have not baked a pie since I was maybe 12. So everything will probably go right. He'll take that as confirmation of like, yeah, well, when I think things are going to go right, they will go right. When no, it's less about having a backup in place, because I have the backup in place. I am Miss Contingency. Like literally at work, it's kind of fucking funny, right? I have backups on backups on backups, like always. It's my motto. That's fine. That's covered. But what pisses me off, I'm like, don't always assume everything is going to go great. Just like mentally start to fucking like be, mentally have it in your head like, oh, okay, things might not go according to plan. And I think that's also part of what's frustrating me, where he's like, just make 2 pies, make this pie specifically and make that pie, and it'll be fine. And it'll be really easy. And when I'm like giving him new information where I'm like, it's like not that easy to just say that. It's not that easy. And that's not really the greatest idea. Instead, he's just like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And it's like, well, you're going to help me, but like, can you maybe adjust your expectations based on the new information you have? You know what I mean? This is a Sony A7R III. Yeah. If you mess up the crust, you can put it in a pre-made if the filling comes out good. Yeah. Yeah. This is borrowed from the boyfriend that I'm bitching about. It's borrowed. Really? Thank you. After our face mask last night? See? It was fucking worth it. Current fave games. I really like that AI one with the vampire. Still haven't finished it. Yeah, well, Cynthia, except the thing is, I told him also, if I'm going to do this, you're going to go buy all the ingredients. That's what I told him. He said, okay. He's not bringing me ingredients until Wednesday morning. And we're driving over on Wednesday. At this point, I wash my hands of fixing that problem. I don't even fucking care. I don't care. That's what's going to happen. I will bake. Once he gets me ingredients, I'll bake. I don't care. And, oh, do we have to drive in a few hours? Okay. This is when you got me ingredients. This is when I'm baking. Okay, Philippe, we'll see. No, Cynthia, I think you misunderstand my attitude here. When he shows up with the ingredients, that's when I'll bake it. That's when I'll do it. And he does clean up. Yeah, that's a great point. Oh yeah, you guys usually miss each other. He doesn't do dishes because he has a dishwasher at his apartment. So he fucking hates washing dishes by hand, which is what you have to do in my apartment. So he doesn't wash dishes. I will say he provides most of the food, to be fair. But he doesn't wash dishes at my place. I wash dishes at his place and my place. But he mostly like just orders food. Yeah, that's true, kind of. I don't. Thank you, Sigma. Thank you for the heart me. I do, Philippe. I actually do. I'll leave a couple. I do not know. Do you not remember that you've told me multiple times to stop washing the dishes I'm washing? You're like, put them in the dishwasher. Put them in the dishwasher. So now I've begun accepting, like, okay, I can have a dish at the end of my visit to like go drop there and stuff. But yeah, most of the time I wash my dish. Okay, good night, Sigma. You don't leave messes? Yeah, I mean, that's something too. I'm pretty good about like, yeah, right. I'm sorry, YouTube. I've been ignoring a little bit. You find hand washing to be faster? Yeah, exactly, Mike. That's the thing. I also like, I know a dishwasher is great and all, but you got to like run out of dishes before it makes sense to run it. You know? I make a mess, but I don't leave a mess. Oh, what's the average rent in NYC? You're going to have to look that up yourself. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, so I make messes, but like when I'm leaving Philippe's place, I tidy up. I'm a hot mess. Yeah, you're a hot mess, Robin. So am I. Aren't we all? Same compass for real. Yeah. When I leave his place, I tidy up after myself. You know, I'll make a mess. I will sit in a mess. I'll hang out in a mess for sure. But before I leave, I like throw away all my trash. I will usually like wash off my dishes, rinse them off. I'll tidy up whatever area I was in. Yeah. I do let my dishes pile up. I don't mind doing dishes. I do sometimes let them pile up. I really fucking hate washing utensils, to be honest. That is like, I just don't like it. Yeah, Jared. I kind of do too, just because I have a small kitchen, you know? So the other thing is like, yeah, I'm going to be cleaning up as I go along. So he's not really going to have much to clean up. He'll have some things maybe. Oh. That's not true, dude. Name the study and the date. Bad bot, exactly. Oh, and the other thing, you know what also maybe is part of what's pissing me off in all this? Is that by repeatedly saying, it's easy, it'll be fine, it also feels like he's diminishing the fucking amount of work I'm about to do for him. I think maybe that's a big part of it too. I'm like, if it's so fucking easy, do it yourself. It actually, because like he did sign me up for like work, which is fine, you know. You know, my love language is acts of service and all that shit for sure. But like the fact that he keeps saying like, it's fine, it's easy, it's nothing. I'm like, okay, cool. Then you do it. Yeah. Let me be the one to choose. Like you be the one who says, oh, one pie is enough. And let me over deliver. Let me over deliver with 2 different types of pie. You know what I mean? Don't come at me and say, I want 2 different types of pie. These are the exact types and it's easy. And it's no problem. That's so fucking rude. That's what it is. That's what's pissing me off. I'm going to live stream the pie baking because I'm going to be really fucking pissed while I'm doing it. On 11/19, so 2019. Okay, great. Cottage. Thank you. It might be earlier than usual. I guess, well, that'll be good for you. Yeah. Yeah, fucking right, dude. How about I look it up? Also, I don't use CNN. CNN is super fucking right wing. I don't know why you guys keep acting like CNN is like left wing. November 19th, 2023. What? A new study in the Pew Research thing. I'm actually saying. Pew's findings is that X, while having a dedicated base of news seekers, also has the highest incidence of inaccurate reporting. I'm glad I looked this up, dude. X apparently, according to Pew's findings, in their study from this summer, June 13, 2024, X was the only platform in which a majority of users, 65%, named news as a main reason they use it. Blah, 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 blah. Stood out as a place to see breaking news. And let me see. Well, maybe the greatest concern in Pew's findings is that while X touts that it has the most devoted base of news seekers, it also ranked the highest in terms of inaccurate reporting. All of the platforms Pew studied proliferate misinformation-based news stories, but 86% of X's base reported seeing inaccurate news, and 37% say they see it often. Yeah, that tracks. Thanks for suggesting I look that up. Oh, thank you. It is not. It's just dirty. I'm on Bluesky. I never really used Twitter, but I'm on there. Oh, shoot. Sorry, YouTube. I just realized that the chat stopped updating. Sorry. I don't know why. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. You also never got that. I got on Threads recently. Oh, thank you, Cynthia. I got on Threads recently because one of my videos that did numbies here on TikTok, someone else shared it on Threads. And then people were like, and it did like slightly viral on Threads, but not for me. And it didn't have my like watermark on it. And so people were asking like, oh, who is it by? And then they tagged me in the response. And because I have an Instagram, it like automatically tagged me. And so then I was like, I guess I'm on fucking Threads now. Because I was like, some people that I follow and really admire followed me on Threads, but don't follow me elsewhere. So I was like, well, now I got to be on Threads. Clearly. I'm not saying that had near equal satisfaction rates on X. That doesn't mean that it's the most like equal platform and unbiased, dude. That is a weird what? Let's look that up. Also, like, especially because there's fewer Democrats on X right now. Let's see. Republicans who post about politics there are especially likely to say a major reason they do so is that their views feel welcome. So no. So Democrats feel that their views are less welcome than Republicans do on X. No, this study was published June 12th, 2024. Republicans are somewhat more likely than Democrats to say that they post all or mostly political content. So Republicans are more likely to post political content on X. They also feel that their political content is more welcome on X. Do you have the actual study pulled up or just the article on CNN? Because I have the actual study pulled up by Pew. Yeah, you read someone's like interpretation of the study on CNN, which I don't trust. CNN is super right wing. So I have the actual. That's not my logical conclusion. I'm literally just telling you all the results from the study. It says that Republicans feel their political views are more welcome on X than Democrats do. It also says that Republicans are more likely to post, are more likely than Democrats to say that they post all or mostly political content. So they are more prolific political posters. Okay, among the people who say that they post their views being welcome on X, 76% say and feeling it's something they should do. And so 76% say that part of the reason they post politics is because they feel their views are welcome on X, 76%. And then 74% they say because it's feeling something they should do. 67% say because politics belongs there. Okay. So it's similar things. So 54% of Republican. So when talking about like the major reasons versus the minor reasons. So when talking about the major reasons and the minor reasons, no, Cottage is an actual scientist. You are like flooding the chat with blubber. You're in here trying to argue the results of an actual scientific study that I looked up with someone's summary of it on CNN. This is the actual study. And you're in here trying to argue because you read a summary on CNN and probably, by the way, misunderstood it. But like, so that's, filtered through at least two fucking sieves. Let's see. So, of the people that cite a major reason of why they post politics on X, 54% of Republican X users who post about politics say this is a major reason. Say that because they feel welcome. They feel that their views are welcome on X. So Republicans post because 54% of them say it's a major reason that they post politics is because they feel that their views are welcome on X, while only 33% of Democrats feel that way and say it's a major reason why they post. And then Democrats, on the other hand, are more likely to Republicans to say this is a minor reason. What do you mean the faux intellectual superiority? Dude, are you fucking serious? I looked up the study that you said you were referring to. I looked up the study. I'm sorry that you wanted me to like just take your word for it, but I'm not going to fucking do that. I looked up the study you brought up and I'm reading it right now. And you're going to like bitch about faux intellectual superiority. I don't think it's faux at this point. If you're really this triggered by the study you told me to look up and I'm reading it out to you. This is comical. No, CNN, CNN had a change in like ownership in recent years, and then a change in structure and like basically strategy. So CNN kind of went like a lot more right wing recently, like in the last year or two, because they were trying to capture. They had this like they made a bad bet on like an online like streaming thing. It was not a good business move. So because they were like hemorrhaging money, they made a bet. They basically shifted their strategy to try to capture more Fox News viewers. So they shifted way more right wing recently. And they're saying like, oh, we're just trying to like get people from, whatever, but obviously, whatever. No, it doesn't prove that though, because I brought it up. No, I brought up the actual study. You brought it up because you misunderstood it. You thought it proved your point. And now that I'm reading the actual study that you brought up, now you're upset that I'm reading the study because it's actually not proving what you're trying to claim. Get over it. Thank you. Vaciaste la box? What? What does that mean? And also, by the way, the Pew Research study doesn't compare it to Jack Dorsey's Twitter and other platforms. No, it does not. What you have to keep an eye for? I'm keeping an eye out for it, but it hasn't materialized. Dude, do you want to actually just have accurate information? Because I can give you the accurate information. I don't know why you're going to like hold on and insist on something that's we've just clearly proven is false. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Just, do you care about accurate information, or do you just want to peddle bullshit? Ya tú sabes. Tracking. Oh, really? I wonder if maybe they delivered without like ringing my doorbell. Oh, really? I didn't even pull up the article. I just pulled up the research study because the articles are stupid, especially CNN ones. Views of X and democracy are deeply partisan. Republicans are about twice as likely as Democrats to say it's good for democracy. Democrats are three times as likely as Republicans to say it's bad. Yeah, it's not. Oh, good Lord. That's how the political account leans. It makes views, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. And what are sheer numbers also? Fuck. I'm also, now that also like ever since the election, I'm curious to see what the like breakdown is now. Yeah, eggs not cheap enough yet. Yes. Generally feel free to express their, sure. But you understand that that's not like the whole fucking picture. In that free to speak, to express their political views does not mean that it is equal does not mean that they are equal. They literally, like, I just read out all the fucking data on how unwelcome they feel their political views are and how represented they feel their political views are. So feeling free to express does not mean like that the site itself is equal in any way, shape, or form, especially with all the other data I just gave you. Oh, I know. Well, he's not in office yet, luckily. Mm-hmm. But you understand that that's not what makes it lean either way, right? You understand that that's not what makes it. That's not like, this is literally like about their experience, about their perception of it. Because also you have a much larger percentage of people who actually post and engage with political content who have stronger opinions on whether or not their political views are welcome or not. Because you're also talking, though, that data also includes people who never see political content and never post political content. They have a chart that says most users get their news off platform. I'm also trying to see the actual actual split of it. So here's the other thing, right? Like, this study is entirely about users' perception of things, right? None of this data is actually about what gets posted on there, which is a very different study. So you're trying to say that it is the most like balanced platform out there. That's not what this study shows at all. That this study doesn't show that. It just shows what users' perception of the platform is according to their beliefs. Cry, sarcastic. I'm not saying it's not a valid metric, but that doesn't show what you're saying it shows. You're saying that means it's the most balanced site. That's not actually true. That's not what is shown by this data. This just shows user experience. I'm not saying it's not a valid metric. It's just not a valid metric for what you're trying to prove. No, it's not. Dude, when you're trying to prove the balance of a site, that is exactly it's not less important. You're literally saying, oh, it's the most like equal platform or whatever. Of course, the sheer amount of conservative versus liberal content absolutely are the most important of that. That is the most important metric when you're literally saying, oh, it's the most balanced or whatever. What do you mean? Of course it fucking is. Like, you're saying, oh, it's the most balanced, therefore, like, it gives equal weight and there's equal representation of both sides, and you're going to tell me that the amount of representation of each side doesn't matter? Like, that doesn't make sense. You're literally contradicting what it is you're trying to prove. Rice cakes? I'm excited. Does tracking say that it was delivered or just in Brooklyn? I'm excited. I want rice cakes now. Why rice cakes? No, I'm not being purposefully dense. Oh, Jesus. You understand? I am not being purposefully dense. You clearly are. I am saying you are making a statement about how balanced the site is. And I'm saying, if you want to show that, you got to like actually, it's not about people's interpretation of it, because people can interpret like all sorts of things. Because here's the thing, you know, MAGA tends to think things are balanced more liberally, and left-wingers tend to think that things are balanced more right-wing. So you can't trust people. That's the point. For actual, like, an actual metric of, like, representational balance, you actually have to look at the numbers of exactly what, not just what is posted, but also what gets the most views. Like, that's a better metric. What gets the most views? None of this data shows that. This is purely about user experience and user opinion. This also, by the way, doesn't even say, I'm trying to look, this doesn't even say like what percentage of the platform is Democrat or Republican. I'm good at Firekeeper. Let's see. Here's I'm trying to Google like actual just like sheer numbers. Elon Musk's X attracts more right-leaning users since Twitter's takeover, new research finds. So, you know, yeah, compared to before Elon, it is way more right-wing. That doesn't mean that like it is now balanced. This looks like it's like referring to the same study, and it's like using the data. U.S. presidential election race in November. A study found that Republicans felt increasingly more welcome on the platform than Democrats. Let's see. Elon Musk has made X more right-leaning, study shows. I think it's, again, referring to that study. Because overall, all of the positive opinions of the site are literally like more like very clearly Republicans like Twitter more, like X more than Democrats. They trust it more. They think it's, you know, good for democracy more by like huge amounts, you know, way more than Democrats. Which one? Which study? Okay, dude. I don't know how to like explain such a simple concept any more simply, dude. Okay, you don't understand the simple concept, so waste of my fucking time. I've explained it. Me and Cottage have explained it to you like several times. Whatever. It was a comparative study. Oh, okay. I'm seeing the data on X, or I was looking at the data on X specifically. Oh, I guess no, you're right. I saw some comparison. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. I'm thinking about that. And it's like, oh, as opposed to how many users view X, as like a source for news, all that stuff. Yeah. Or sorry, Facebook as a source for news, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. News influencers on X. Here we go. Another Pew study that came out like 7 days ago, 18th, 7 days ago. It says news influencers are on X are more likely to explicitly identify with right than left. There we go. Simple. Let's see. And then they break down actually, that's even worse. So that's how people identify themselves, but if you actually go through the beliefs that are represented, it's even worse, right? So percentage of news influencers on X who express values or identify identities. Well, I guess this is in their bio, which is more limiting. Mm-hmm. Hey. All right. It's also, by the way, where is this? I saw this just earlier. 60 among news influencers posting on X, 64% are men, while 29% are women. And then previous research has found that 64% of Americans who regularly get news on X are men, while 35% are women. Yeah. Oh, you're just a bot, dude? All right. Yeah, that is wild. That is actually more extreme than I thought it would be. That is wild. Mm-hmm. Let's save this so I don't lose it again, hopefully. Debates. Thank you, Wizard. Do we know each other? Ooh, wait. Elon Musk asks his 196 million X followers if they identify as Democrat or Republican. Billionaire receives 1.6 million responses. Okay, so this is actually oddly probably the biggest sample size. As per the poll, Jesus, 49.4% of the respondents identified as Republicans and 15.3% as Democrats. So while not like super scientific in its methodology, it's just like a simple poll. But I'm saying like the sample size that like, so Elon Musk basically asked Twitter, and he got 1.6 million responses. And while that's not like necessarily scientific, you know, it could probably be, because who knows, you know, what the like likelihood of responding is according to belief. Only 15.3% identified as Democrats. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right, Jared? Which should also tell you something about representation on the app. Is that bot still in here? Because another thing that we don't even like address is like, he's like, well, both, you know, there's like a relatively similar like, there's like a relatively similar satisfaction, I guess, rate. I forget how they put it, between Democrats and Republicans on Twitter. And the other issue you have to point out is that also, it's like that is studying people who remain on X, right? So the people who are dissatisfied with it have left. And in fact, we know that a large amount of people have left the app in more recent, not when, I mean, a bunch left recently and like before that study was done. But, you know, yes, the Democrats that are still on X are probably still going to be relatively satisfied with it. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be on the app. So you've like, but again, that doesn't mean that they are actually like represented as much as right wingers and Republicans and stuff. Nor does it mean that like their views are shown as much or the same amount. The margins have not gotten, margins of what? Good night, Mike. Sorry, I missed that. All right, we don't have to. I guess you muted him. Next time, block him, but don't mute, because when you mute, all the messages disappear. But if you just block them, we can then report the messages for like hate speech and stuff, or like harassment or whatever it was. Yeah, 2018. Yes. Good job. Before Elon. No. I'm saying block, but don't mute. Mute basically erases all the messages so we can't report them. But I'm saying, but I would say block, don't. I mean, it depends on the person, right? But if it's like hate speech or whatever, yeah, block, and you don't have to mute immediately. Just like make sure it's all reported, and then you can mute. But it works better if we're reporting someone for hate speech or something. It works if multiple people report it. But we got to leave the messages in there so people can report them. But it has. Elon's acquisition made it go more right wing. Just shifted to the other side. Well, worse is entirely up to one's opinion. In my opinion, yeah, right wing is way worse. Yeah, way fucking worse. Hate speech? We report hate speech because we don't allow hate speech. Why? Well, it's my live and I'm free to not allow hate speech. Also, this app doesn't allow hate speech, so I have the freedom to report it too. That's what freedom looks like. Isn't that amazing? Oh, I don't know, deal. I just what's a story you want to tell? What's something that's important to you? What's a point that's important to you? And figure out a story to tell to make that point. But that's true for anything. According to what metric, dude? Show me the metric that says that. What number? What study? You haven't given me like a percentage. So what's currently the percentage of users that are left-leaning versus right-leaning? Cite the source, dude. Oh, good. Great. 2021. Oh, geez. So you're comparing the 2018 numbers to the 2021 numbers? What year did Elon... You understand it's 2024 now, right? He bought it in 2022. So if you're comparing it... Jesus. If you're comparing the metrics from 2018 to the ones in 2021, and you're saying, well, it shifted to the right, but not like fully or whatever, you still... Okay, you haven't proven your point. That was still all before Elon. Okay, but you're comparing... But why, when you say, I'm asking you, you said, oh, it has shifted to the right, but there's not as large of a disparity. And I'm asking you, prove it. What's the number? You seem to clearly know exactly what the disparity is. So what's your source on that? The one we recently discussed does not show the metric you're comparing from 2018. It doesn't actually, that's not what the metric is. Which is why you keep saying like, oh, it doesn't matter what percentage is right wing or left wing, even though that's literally the point you're trying to make. So if you have a number for 2024 that shows what percentage is left leaning and what percentage is right leaning, just like the number in 2018, we can compare those metrics. You can't compare a study that says, oh, in 2018, this is the percentage of users that were left leaning versus right leaning, to a study that says, oh, in 2024, this is the satisfaction between self-described Democrats and Republicans, which, by the way, also that doesn't line up with left-leaning and right-leaning either. Like it's two different groupings, but reported satisfaction among users is different from saying the percentage of you. You can't compare those two metrics. It doesn't fucking work. That's not how data works. I'm not moving my own goalposts. I've kept my goalposts exactly the same this entire fucking conversation. Cottage. I mean, but it's a simple concept. You're comparing two different metrics from the 2 years. They don't measure the same thing. So if you want to say this metric from 2018 has changed, but not this much, show me that exact metric or something way closer to it for 2024. To a bot in here who's trying to say that Twitter isn't very right. He's trying to say that Twitter is perfectly balanced between left and right. Is about 2021. Yeah, exactly, Jim. And I'm saying, if that's true, just give me, give me the, whatchamacallit. Give me the source. Yeah, and it's funny, JC, I was literally saying that to my boyfriend today, earlier, before I came live. I was saying, I forget what the context was. Oh, it's because the CEO of TikTok has been like in talks with Elon, just asking for advice on, Trump advice or whatever, which is fucking terrifying because it's like, no, please don't become a MAGA cesspool like Twitter. And my boyfriend was like, oh, is Twitter really like really that bad? I was like, have you been on Twitter lately? And he's like, no, I don't have Twitter. I don't go on it, whatever. And I was like, dude. It literally like auto follows Elon Musk. Like you don't have to follow Elon Musk. I don't. And by the way, I don't even have like a Twitter account that I use. I have it so that I can see X posts, Twitter posts. I'm happy to dead name Twitter. So I can see Twitter posts when I need to, like, if I'm verifying something or whatever. I don't even know what my actual account is, but I just made it 2 weeks ago, I think. But, even though it asked me the automatic suggested accounts, I did this just like I said a couple weeks ago so I could see a specific tweet or something. And of course at the top of recommended accounts, number one is Elon, and I very much did not follow it. Oh, and I remember because I used to have a Twitter account and I deleted it because when I opened it up, it was like giving me a bunch of Elon Musk tweets and I was like, I don't follow Elon. Like, why is it giving me this shit? And so soon after that, I ended up just deleting it. But so I made a new account a couple weeks ago so I could see a tweet. And of course, top of recommended accounts was like Elon Musk. And I didn't follow him. But no matter what, he still showed up in my feed constantly. All his fucking posts were in my feed. And a bunch of right-wing shit was all in my feed. Even though I explicitly, it was like, what topics, da-da-da. And I picked topics that I like, that are not right-wing bullshit. I do, Luke. I do. Dude, I literally have MAGA up here multiple times a week and I have conversations with them. I absolutely see what MAGA says online. That doesn't mean that Twitter isn't MAGA hell. That doesn't mean me not liking that Twitter is super, super fucking MAGA doesn't mean that it's not super MAGA. Does that make sense? I don't know what your point is. You should look at it. I do. I pay attention to what the right says more than actually I should because it's fucking terrifying. It's really depressing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Okay. Dude, yeah. Just admit that an actual scientist is in here. Someone who literally deals with research professionally. She's our resident research fucking checker when we're talking about studies in here. She knows what she's fucking talking about, dude. Don't forget you're reading radicals, not simply the right. Well, what do you call radical left? Oh, nice. I like it when Cottage gets fucking sassy. It's funny. Cottage is very patient, very soft-spoken lady in here. But her trigger is people misrepresenting and misciting research. Mine is too, but Cottage gets real sassy with it, and we love it. Those that brand others with their own definitions create words and definitions. It sounds like you just did that. It sounds like you just created a definition for radical lib. You created a definition, which is, radical lib is someone who creates their own definitions. Are you sure that that's not just a person who understands more words and their definitions than you? Yeah, radical. I get you, Cottage. No, I feel the same. I love it. I'm sorry. This is me like trying to compliment you and saying like I like it. Please never, extinguish that flame. But that again, Luke, it kind of feels like that's what you're doing right now. You're defining radical as someone who makes up their own definitions and takes it further to meet their own agenda. That kind of sounds like what you're doing right now. You are defining radical left as someone who makes up their own definitions. It kind of sounds like that's what you are doing right now. You're making up that definition in order to serve or to meet your own agenda. You're the one who said that, who accused people of, like, you said, don't forget you also see or you also read radical left. And I'm asking you, what is radical left? Someone who makes up definitions, that's not, I can guarantee you that is not what you will find in any actual, like, political or history book or any fucking thing. That's just something you're pulling out of your hoo-ha. Sure, let's define. Actually, yeah, let's look up the definition for radical. Let's do that. Instead of making up definitions, let's look them up, right? Radical, relating to or affecting the fundamental nature of something, blah, blah, blah. Far-reaching, thorough. Advocating or based on thorough or complete political or social change, representing or supporting an extreme or progressive section of a political party. Okay. Well, Luke, you're the one who came in here acting as though politics is about definitions. It sounds like you're the one who is creating an argument about definitions. Like, it's not that everyone's arguing about definitions. It's that you are trying to create an argument, or you are like framing your entire argument and viewpoint as though it's about definitions. If the only way you have to define radical left is someone who makes up their own definitions, like that's insane to me. That just doesn't, like, logically that doesn't make much sense. Like, okay, so who defines, if that's the worldview you want, who defines words for the right? Who's defining those words? Well, I don't have to agree with you on anything, Luke. I'm asking you questions. Yeah, I agree, JC. Stop spamming. You don't have to, but isn't that the goal? No, not necessarily. Here's the thing. Facts are facts, right? Like, I know, like, my frustration with the right is that the right really likes to disagree on the facts. No, the facts, we can go out, we can look at the data and whatever. And we fact check here, right? It's literally our motto here. We have fucking merch in the works that says we fact check here. The facts are the facts. We can do that, whatever. I will say we should agree on the facts, but it's also not about agreement, right? The facts are going to be the facts whether we agree on them or not. It's not like a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of being like, no, I don't, it drives me crazy when people act as though like facts are something you can like, whatever. Like, let's be actual scientists about it, so to speak. Whatever. No, the goal of what, Luke? What's your, when you say the goal, what do you mean the goal of? Okay, that's... All right, so the facts are more aligned with the left, so you must be a leftist. Congratulations. Because they are. Facts are more aligned with the left in like every way, shape, and form. But again, you're saying the goal. So I'm asking you, what the goal of what? Of having a conversation? The goal of life? The goal, like what? The goal of what? Be specific. But that's not true, Luke. That in and of itself is not a fact. There is left and there is right and there are facts. Says reality. There is left, there is right, and there are facts. Left and right are ideologies, which themselves are not defined by facts inherently. And I mean, if you were going to like listen, peace is the goal of what, Luke? Of what? Because if I'm playing, basketball, the goal of basketball isn't peace. It's to, win the game, I guess, right? Or if I'm painting a house, the goal of painting that house isn't peace. It's to paint the house. Well, yes and no, Luke. I mean, so what I was saying is like the facts themselves, you can't really disagree on them. But then ideology differs, right? And so my belief is like when you say, isn't the goal to agree? My point is like, well, no, if my ideology differs from you, if my beliefs, which are not facts have nothing to do with beliefs, but if my beliefs are different from yours, I don't have to agree. Like my, beliefs and morality are what lead me to certain behaviors and just like other, political leanings or whatever. Like they inform my entire ideology. I have some axiomatic beliefs and core truths that I believe are like the most important sort of things to uphold. And when I apply those to facts, that informs my decision making. However, so the facts in theory should be the same for everyone. Now, does everyone have the same information or the same access to facts? No, and sometimes everyone, like good people have bad facts all the time. That is true. But also, even if we all had the exact same set of facts, do we all have the same core axiomatic beliefs? No. So when we apply our slightly different beliefs to the same facts, we're going to draw different conclusions, right? My belief is that most people at their core do in fact have mostly the same ideologies, mostly. Maybe not exactly the same, but mostly. And what often people do differ on is the access to facts, right? However, the core ideology and stuff then informs a lot of times the approach to facts and the willingness to adjust to facts. And so it becomes a lot more sprawling and complicated than that. And of course there's right and left. And I don't have to agree with someone. If someone has a fundamentally different belief than me, I don't have to figure out a way to agree with them. Because chances are they're not trying to figure out a way to agree with me either. You know what I mean? Okay, but Luke, when you say radical left and you say people who make up their own definition, that tells me, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe what you're trying to do is you're trying to suggest, you're transphobic, correct? No, that doesn't mean that we need both sides, actually, Luke. That's not what that means at all. That doesn't... Morality and truth don't lie between the two. No. Especially if one side's core ideology is based in upholding fact and truth, and the other side's core ideology is like, fuck the facts. We want to make happen what we want to make happen. And fundamentally, I disagree with that, right? That's why I'm not going to agree with like a right winger on that core fundamental ideology. Well, I'm trying to figure out, Luke. You come in here. You're throwing out very general statements. Yes, Caleb. Yeah, a phobia is a fear. I mean, that's the root of the word, but the meaning of the word has also developed to mean hate of. So stop trying to get pedantic when if you look up the actual definition of the word, it will align with me. You hate no one except, okay, but so are you anti-trans rights? Okay, so then why are you coming in here trying to say that the radical left makes up their own definitions? Why don't you clarify what you mean by that? Okay, but you don't agree with them. But does that make you vote against their rights? And also, I want to be clear. You saying you don't hate them, like, is all well and good. But if your actions are harmful towards them, that is considered like, I mean, you know, it falls under the umbrella of hateful ideology. You don't have to like feel hate for them. Right now, are you kidding me? There's like states that literally don't allow trans people to use the bathroom or public restrooms according to their gender. That they already, yeah. What do you mean? According to their gender, Ken? So you support that. Great. So you support allowing trans individuals to use the restroom according to their gender. Great. The right to get a driver's license in Texas. Thank you. That's another one. What do you mean, don't be smug? I'll be smug if I want to. Especially if I'm right. Absolutely going to be smug. What else do I have? Thank you, AJ. The smugs have it. Not with their gender on it. They literally, I mean, do you pay attention to the news at all, Ken? Kino? A license that is according to one's gender is not outrageous. It's just simple. Okay, but biology says that trans people exist. That's the thing. You guys, I mean, let's talk about the facts, right? You want to claim that biology, you believe in biology, except biology says that trans people exist. So you just don't have the facts. It's okay, AJ. Oh boy. Biology says that trans people exist. It's very simple. It also says that intersex people exist. Just like biology says that here's the thing. Here's what you're making this fundamental mistake, right? You're saying, oh, biology says that schizophrenia and gender dysphoria exist, not that their delusions are real. Okay. However, to equate dysphoria to a delusion and to say that biology is, when we talk about what biology is saying, is like, let me put it this way. Your concept of your gender is a delusion as well, right? Your concept of your gender is a belief. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about gender. Shit, I might get a violation on here. So when you're saying like, oh, gender dysphoria and schizophrenia are, biology says that they exist, but not that their delusions are real. Okay. When you're talking about delusion in this, you're talking about, let's say, belief, right? I know that that's doesn't quite meet the requirement of, identity, but let's say belief. And you're right. Biology doesn't say that a schizophrenic, belief of something is inherently real, but it does say that their experience is real, right? It says that they are, when they hear something, they are actually hearing it, right? It's not saying, oh, they're lying about hearing it. It's saying in their brain is processing an auditory, what the brain sees and interprets as an auditory signal. So when we talk about dysphoria, we're saying in the same way that you have this delusion, you have this belief of your gender, a dysphoric brain has the exact same type and level and accuracy of belief of that gender. Do you see what I'm saying? So if your gender is real, which again is just a belief that you have, then a trans person's gender is real because it is the same level and type and, existence of belief. But it's not a delusion. If a trans person's identity is a delusion, then so is your identity. That's the thing. The brain is experiencing it exactly the same. Your confidence and understanding of you as whatever gender you identify as is the exact same as a trans person's. So if your belief is accurate, then their belief is accurate. It's simple. It's not a delusion. You can't tell someone that they're wrong if the experience, because otherwise just do away with gender altogether, right? No, why are you pivoting, You're just pivoting. You don't even want to acknowledge that did I explain this perfectly to you? You're pivoting because you don't like that your metaphor was poor and I illustrated that. Yeah, what about him? How does that disprove what my point? You said, oh, just because biology says that schizophrenia and dysphoria are real doesn't mean that biology says that the delusions are real. And my point is, if dysphoria is real, is biologically real, and schizophrenia are biologically real, which they are, right? That is a, brain chemistry, however you want to refer to it, neurotype, whatever. The experience, that is the brain. You're not going to change that brain, right? And the brain is experiencing the same types of synaptic firings. If your belief, what in your head makes your gender, your sense of identity, if we're just talking a mental fucking thing, what does that make that more legitimate? No, I don't know who he is. Yeah, it's chemical, which is biology. I have ADHD, right? That is a brain chemistry thing. I inherited it. It is genetic. My brain will never not have ADHD. I can treat ADHD, right? But it is a neurotype, and it is biological. It is a biological reality that my brain has a slightly different chemistry than someone without ADHD. I can't believe ADHD away. That doesn't work. As much as weird gurus and stuff will try to tell you that. That's not true. You can maybe work on skills to manage some symptoms of it and stuff. Sure. But that doesn't actually make the brain chemistry at its core of the neurotype disappear. it might help manage symptoms, but it doesn't make the chemistry like different. Right. Yeah, Kino, you're bringing someone up. Okay, what do you want to bring? Say, you're asking me if I know who that is. I don't. So why don't you tell me? What's the point you're trying to make? No, Kino, you tell me. Tell me what you want to say. I've done a deep dive on a lot of like research on gender identity. So if his beliefs, haven't shown up in broader research and stuff, I don't know what to tell you. Right now we have someone in here who's just being a transphobe. Typing wouldn't do justice. Something tells me nothing's going to. I'm trying to open the multicast thing. Nope. What do you mean in what way? If you want to come up, Kino, come up. Oh, okay. I'm in New York. Why, Sleazer? What are you trying to say? Who are you? You could also say please. Okay, got it. You were wondering about it? What do you want to come up here and ask something? Can you type the question in the chat? I don't know who you are, so. Hi, Las Vegas. Hello, Milo. Thanks for the follow, whatever. What's Cooperstown? That sounds super familiar. Oh, baseball? Oh, that's like the town that has like the Baseball Hall of Fame and stuff. I've been there. I mean, you can like read the chat. They're denying that trans people exist, basically. I am, Kino. Yes, I'm on Twitch and on YouTube. You can find me up here. I have like no one on Twitch though. No one really follows me on there. How much wood chuck if it would chuck wood? Piker? I like Hassan Piker. Yikes. Mm-mm. I gotta add my little blue ski thing up here. Chenk. Hi, TZ. Hassan isn't really like a debater all that much. He's mostly like, I mean, I guess he sometimes does debates, right? But he's more of just like a news guy and like analysis. Oh, she's dumb, dude. Cloud jailbreaking Mistral? I don't know what that is. Yeah. Do you see? Gotta go and be amazing. What? Bye. As much as he should, but not more than he could. What? Wait, what's far away from politics? I think some of your stuff is getting... Oh, you're saying cloud jailbreaking Mistral. I have no idea what those things are. No idea. Thank you for the snowflake cottage. Oh. Gotcha. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? What do I do for a living? Professionally, I'm technically a freelance filmmaker. So that includes like producing, directing stuff. But right now I pay most of my bills through this, believe it or not. One LLM found each other on their own. What do you mean found each other on their own? Are you talking about the stuff, the like experiments where people like let them loose on like Twitter or something? Or there's something else. They like let them loose, sort of, but they didn't exactly find like do them on their own. There's something weird about the like whole setup thing. Sorry. Just I'm realizing I think I ended up on someone's radar who I like know. IRL? Maybe? Maybe not. Richard Spencer. Dang, IRL. Yeah, I know, IRL. Well, I got some messages on Signal, and I haven't opened them because I'm like, what could he say? Part of me is like, I don't know if I want to open these up and see what the fuck is being said. I don't know if I want to deal with it. I gotta bake 2 pies this week. Oh, really? Well, we need it here now. Oh, nice. NVIDIA. We love NVIDIA. I own NVIDIA stock. Yeah, that is nice, Cottage. I mean, I shouldn't say we love NVIDIA. Also, fuck NVIDIA sometimes. You know what I mean? Bye, Laughing Thunder. I am Kino. God, thank you for the snowflake. Yeah, I've got AMD on here. Also, NVIDIA was pulling some shady shit, like way overpricing things for a while, which was like, it was like, you know what you're doing at this point. I know that there was supply chain issues at one point, but then they went a little crazy. Yes, you know. Why? Why do you care about my descent? Is it some weird ethnic thing? Colonizer? Actually, Kino, funny enough, because I was born and raised in Spain, that means that my, ancestors didn't colonize. They stayed home. So, if you are in America and if you're not 100% indigenous, then you are the colonizer. I mean, well, conquistador, colonizer, slightly different things, technically. Also, that was not my family. I rest assured. Sort of, you know. Conquistadors are conquerors. The ones who stick around, like to be a colonizer, you kind of have to stick around to colonize. You have to create a colony, right? So someone who shows up and does some shitty stuff and then like leaves, that's not the same as colonization. Does that make sense? It's similar. It's very close and they go hand in hand. But to be the colonizer, you kind of have to go and got to set up the colony and be part of the colony. That's where the word comes from. No, I haven't cried on here since she lost, really. They went back and forth. Okay. They did, Jared, yeah. But what he's saying is that, the conquistadors went back to Spain. As in they like showed up, did some conquistadoring, aka conquering, and then just like went back home and were done. And then had, all their, like they settled back home and stayed home and da-da-da-da. And I'm saying colonization, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cottage, but my understanding, to be a colonizer specifically, you got to be there to set up the colony and to colonize. You can't just like show up, be like a, militia for a little bit and then go home and then just, you're part of the process of colonization. Yes. But that doesn't make you the colonizer. Oh, thank you, Joanna. Oh, they were. No. I'm saying the Spanish absolutely were colonizers. Yes. I'm saying that my ancestors stayed in Spain. I was born and raised in Spain. I come from a long line of people who never fucking stepped off dry land. They were not running around conquering people, is my point. They stayed home. I was born and raised in Spain. I'm saying the colonizers are the ones that showed up. Just like, yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, exactly. My point, guys, the reason is someone was like, oh, you're Spanish, you're a colonizer. And I'm saying, and I responded like, well, technically my ancestors stayed home. So they didn't go out and colonize. It's the Spaniards who like came to South America and colonized South America, and all the like the people named like with like names like Martinez and Perez who are like South American. That is a result of the colonization. Technically, my point, it was a little bit tongue in cheek, is my ancestors stayed the fuck home. So typical Democrat. Sure. Someone in here was just mad. They were just trying to get a rise out of me by calling me a colonizer, and that's why I was like responding in like tongue in cheek. Oh, nice, Joanna. I'll get right on that, user. Thanks for the reminder. Actually, it might just be 4th. I had to get one because my friend had a baby last year, so I had to get all the vaccines. I had to get flu, COVID, Tdap, and I think there was like one other one that you get when someone has a baby. So that was either that might have been my second or no, that was my 3rd booster, I think. Yeah, that was my 3rd booster. Yeah, Ron, when I started multi-streaming, I was streaming on Kick, but I was told that Kick got canceled because they were treating creators really shittily and stuff. No, that's KIK. That's the adult one. I had the same confusion. Kick is in KICK. That's just like another streamer. But they apparently were like, they had some shit come out like 8 months ago, I think. It was, sorry, my chat is not updating. Sheep. That's me. I'm a sheep for science. I got COVID. Yeah, I got it super early on. It almost killed me, which is why I take the vax seriously. That shit almost killed me. So, no, I'm not on X. I have like some, or I had one account, but like with all the chips and 8G and stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's how exactly. I get really bad cell reception here just because my apartment is like in this really old like brick building and stuff. So I get really bad cell reception. So I get boosters to increase my connectivity, my cell reception with all my chips. I turned myself into a Wi-Fi network. I'm basically like a mobile, phone tower. I got it before I got the shot. Username. I just said that. I got it very early on, which is why I got the shot and took it very seriously. Connectivity. Should I say connectivity? Connectivity. Google stuff by just saying, okay, Google to your arm. That's cool. You know what I can do? I can open garage doors and unlock cars if I stand in the right position. If I go like this. Beep, beep. I open garage doors like that. Sheep excuses. What's the sheep excuse? That I got COVID in January of 2020, before they were even acknowledging it that it was in the US, before we even had like a test for it. TC. It's like a direct link to Bill Gates. Oh man. See, okay, now I gotta go get the new booster. I gotta update, man. When in doubt, get an implant in your hand that can rickroll anyone who scans it. That's good. Trying to make light of being sheep. I think you're the one making light of it. I'm a sheep for getting COVID in January of 2020. Yeah. You got me there. Baram you. Baram you. Oh fuck, how does the rest of that go? We be sheep, we something true. Baram you. To your breed, your fleece, your clan be true. Sheep be true. Baram you. Remember when shamed? Sure. Thank you. You've gone commie toast. To your breed, your fleece, your clan be true. Sheep be true. But God, I gotta watch Babe again. They have one of the best movie sequences ever. Do you guys know which one it is? God, oh man, I just thought of another one. Oh, I thought of another one. Okay, but can you guys guess what the first one was that came to mind? I've talked about it before on here. Because believing something before there's evidence of it is a little bit kooky. No. Username, that's gross. I'm yours. Eventually, Kino. I mean, eventually there was some indication. The sequence is... Wait, am I fully nocturnal? No, I guess it's 3 a.m. I've usually been going to sleep. Liberal tears are hilarious. Where do you see the liberal tears? I want to laugh. Okay, but Kino, you understand. Oh, never mind. I'm not even going to bother explaining this. You don't even know which side I fucking fell on that whole thing. That's the fucking irony. Like, you don't even know. 8 a.m. Too early for tears. Oh, the movie sequence I was talking about. So it's that one. Sorry. Thank you, Ron. It's that one where the duck enlists Babe to do something in the house to like get something. So he like basically like starts crossing the house and he gets like his leg gets caught up in the yarn and he starts walking and the yarn starts like pulling all these different pieces and it's like the tension is like climbing and climbing as it's like gonna like knock over. It's like breaking pieces in the dollhouse and something with the paint eventually. And he's carrying like this. I know what it is. It's the duck who thinks he's a rooster, but the farmers just got an alarm clock. And the duck is like, you got to steal the alarm clock for me. It's putting me out of a job. That's what it is. Oh my God. And so Babe goes and sneaks into the room and grabs the alarm clock at his mouth, and he starts walking through, but he accidentally and the dog is asleep and they're trying not to wake the dog. And he knocks over the yarn, but then, and walks through it, and he gets tangled up in his little huff. And he's walking, and the yarn starts snapping the dollhouse, and there's all these paints. Everything's very fragile until finally something gets knocked over. And then it's a shot from outside the house, and you hear the dog barking and Babe squealing and the duck and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the snowflakes. 1S1. Thank you, Ron. Wow, 50% of my life is complete. Thank you. It's okay. He can zone out. Bye, another really good sequence is what was that second one? Oh, so the second one I thought of was the one at the end when Babe uses the password Bahramu at the fair, and the sheep all get into order, and they're so sweet, and he does it, and it's basically silent. Everyone's silent, and it's the shots are amazing. The sequence is so well done. And at the end, so, they all do the formation, they do the whole thing, very quiet, very quiet. Everyone in the audience is quiet. It's silence. You can hear just, a couple animals, the wind and the grass and the trotting. And then they go into where they're supposed to go, because they're supposed to split up with I think some of them have red ties on them and whatever. And some of them are blue, and he's supposed to split them up, and he splits them up. And then the guy, I forget the actor's name, who's the farmer, he then takes the door, and it he very slowly closes it, and I think it creaks. It's and he does it really slowly, and then and closes it, and then everyone just fucking explodes, and everyone's ah! Cromwell. Yeah, that's his name, I think. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Wait, Jared, you haven't seen it? Is that what you're saying? You've never seen Babe? Jared, you have to watch it. It's so good. I need to rewatch it. No, Ron, but I did get Philippe to agree to go see Wicked with me, so... Yay. We haven't seen Wicked yet, but he's agreed to go with me. Philippe was traveling this weekend. He got back tonight, actually. And so I helped him. I was going to go live earlier. I was going to go live around 7. But then he called and he asked if I could help him load all his gear into his apartment. So he picked me up, and I went and I helped him, and then he dropped me off. But he's working again tomorrow, and then he says tomorrow he's gonna bring me all the groceries for the fucking pies he wants me to make. It's so easy. No, not rhubarb. Rhubarb isn't in season, guys. That's the song that they play during that sequence. I can't believe I remember that. I haven't seen Babe in years, but I remember that sequence so well. The really good thing about the sequence and the movie as a whole is that it's so much of it is in these quiet moments where you really, it's like ASMR, really. The movie has so much built-in ASMR to it that you can really feel a lot of the sequences. That the one with the alarm clock, it's because everyone's trying to be quiet, you hear every little step, right? And he's on the carpet and then on the floor, and then you can hear him take the like metal alarm clock in his little teeth, his little snoot, and as he's walking and stuff, and it like drops it's the cat he's trying not to wake. That's what it is. It's the cat who's very mean. When the yarn balls, like you can hear it bounce, and even though it's very soft and stuff, and then it's like when the yarn is being pulled taut, like around the dollhouse, and like these little bits are snapping. It's like, it almost sounds like toothpicks are snapping. Like that's it. You know what I mean? It's like very tactile. And same with like these other sequences, like the one with at the end that I described with like the Bahram U thing. The gate, it has that like creak, like, and then the like shunk, and you can hear the thing close or whatever. There's just so many moments in that film that are so tactile through the audio that it's ASMR, like, really. It's a great story. It's very, heartwarming and stuff, but I think that's what I really like about it too. Yeah, the Foley work was off the chain, exactly. Thank you, Ron. Thank you for the fest burst. Non, thank you for the roses. Oh, the multiple fest bursts. And 1S1K, thank you for the snowflakes and for helping me meet my goal. Yay. Oh, yeah, happily. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want, you don't have to send me gifts. You can go to her profile and help her out. Don't waste money on me. Help her out. But thank you. Just a hamster? Is there really? Okay, that's going on. Wait, how much does it cost? Because if it's not too expensive, I will make that my next thingy. Just a hamster. Where is it? Oh. Oh, there's a puppy. That's my life. That's cute. Oh, I'm just a hamster. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I guess there are some new ones that we haven't seen. Cute. Meerkat. There's a meerkat. Wow. Notice me. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that one. I know it's a little pricey, but whatever. Answer current question. Thoughts on BLM funneling money to itself. Do you want to be more specific? How did I get interested in Watergate? History is awesome. What do you mean? Lots of pieces of history are very interesting. I used to be a screenwriter, and I wrote screenplays about like history, especially around the late 60s, early 70s. So that's a time period I know quite a bit about. And what I don't know, I just love reading up on and researching and stuff like that. The realistic turkey head? What's the realistic turkey head? Ay. Ooh, that really depends, Ron. Because I like both a lot. It really depends on the setting. are not great musicals to oh, they're there from this summer. Sorry, what? You just answered when you asked me to specific. Oh, I'm sorry, Kino. I have other more important things going on in my life than your comments. Sorry. Parrillada Argentina. To buy mansions, paid relatives hundreds of thousands for nothing, made up jobs. Oh, wasn't there? I mean, I know that there was at one point like a fracturing where there was this like business organization, because BLM ended up being two different things. It was a movement, and then some people created like an organization using the same, basically name for itself and stuff. And the organization turned out to be super sketch. But the movement itself was not like, the movement was just like, groups of people. It wasn't like an organization or anything like that. You understand that there's a difference, right, between the movement and like some people who like registered the name as like an LLC or something to start Kino. But most people, because I marched with BLM, but I had zero to do with the organization. I went to BLM marches and protests and whatnot, but there was no like official organization or anything. It was like, have you ever been to a march or like a protest of any sort? No. So you've never been to a protest or a march of any sort. Got it. Got it. Peaceful riots. Got it. Okay. Is that because you can't figure out how to make a sandwich yourself? You're very passionate about the fact that you have issues. I'm like struggling because I can't use any of the, I'm like, I can't say what I'm going to say because I'll get in trouble on this app. Usually when I pause like that, that's what's going on, by the way. I just realized that I don't usually. You're obviously terrible at it, Kino. You obviously don't have the mental acuity to put things in between two slices of bread. Otherwise, you wouldn't need someone else to do it for you. Not my long form ones, Ron. I had some stuff that was like popping off right before the pandemic, and then the pandemic kind of killed everything, unalived everything, including my writing career. Yeah, you can learn. YouTube is a great place to learn how to make sandwiches, Kino. No, I have a man that makes all my sandwiches for me. Fucking good sandwiches too, if you ask me. That's why I get so out of sorts when he asks me to bake a pie. I'm like, bitch, the food is your job. He's not here right now. He was in here earlier. No, pie is not my specialty. I do bake a lot. Well, I used to bake a lot. I do bake, so I've made a few cakes for him and stuff. Pies I do not make. I haven't made a pie in years. I think the last time I made a pie, I feel like I haven't made one pie ever since I was like, I made pies when I was like a kid, maybe 12 years old is the last pie I did, and I think I've made one pie since then. At some point in the many, many years since I was 12. I don't really make pies. I'm not from New Jersey, no. The vibe for TV and film going forward, like what, in the industry or whatever, I'm his daddy. They are. I mean, the industry has had like a rough few years. I have a lot of friends who've been out of work for a really long time. From, things from like from COVID to just the recession to the strikes and stuff. And then because companies were cutting back in hopes of like starving out crew for their negotiation, their, union contract negotiation, all this stuff. And then also just in general, like economic fears and cutbacks and all this kind of stuff. So, also the streamer wars, the industry has had a rough several years. Most of my friends are out of work. I definitely have way less work than I did before the pandemic. I mostly produce and direct commercials and like short form stuff. I have way less work than I used to. But luckily, like I've been doing this and like TikTok has been bringing in some good money for me and stuff. So that's sort of like balanced it out a little bit. Yeah. No, I'm not going to, Oh, my cute little puppy. He's snoring. Do I direct for any sandwich commercials? No. Yeah, maybe, Eric. It's everything. Everything's like about where the money, like what what the money is willing to put the money towards. And they only want to put money towards things that have a history of paying out, which is why you see more and more Marvel films and fewer like more, experimental or, just unique films and stuff. Well, this has been like an unprecedented period, Ron. I think honestly, eventually there will be some level of, there is currently a level of rebound, although that is typical for right now because companies especially will like, this is when a lot of stock is sold and a lot of money is spent for companies in preparation because it's like Q4. So this is when a lot of media buys happen. So my boyfriend has been working a lot for the last 3-4 weeks, I think, maybe, like nonstop all of a sudden for these commercials because these companies, it's like time for them to like spend a bunch of money, which is great. And we're very happy about that. But in terms of like large scale rebound, there will be some, but I think that there is like a fundamental change happening in the industry in large part because companies are realizing that audiences are moving away from like traditional media. It's been traditional for like 100 years, right? How traditional is that? People are moving more towards vertical formats and their phones and stuff. So I actually have a leg up in that because I'm like making money and I have a presence, like it's small, but it's a growing presence on TikTok. Like I have had conversations with people in the industry who see that as an asset because they're like, my training in film, I went to film school and stuff, like my training and like everyone that I work with, we have training not at all in vertical formats. Like vertical formats, not taught in film school. In advertising and stuff, traditional like media creation, this is completely new. And there's a whole different set of rules to what the audience wants in these newer formats. So no one who's like actually traditionally trained really knows what that is. So you have this whole different subset of talent that has been developing from just people having their phones, right? People who do well on TikTok and all that stuff. That's a whole separate, that's not people who went to film school for that. That's people who are figuring that out on their own. And by figuring it out, they themselves are defining the industry and, you know, the whole thing. So there is this sort of like gap right now that I'm fortunate enough that like just by way of like deciding to do more social media stuff, like in order to like try to like help, I was told like, well, you need a following, right? Like after COVID, you know, which basically like killed my like creative like writing, my screenwriting career and stuff. I was like, and killed off a lot of like smaller production companies. I was like, okay, well, how do I get back in the game to the same level I was at? And I was told like, you gotta get a following online. So that's why I got online and I started making stuff. And the reason is, now I'm realizing like the reason so much, like what they started with was looking at creatives with followings just because they wanted a built-in audience. But now it's going even further than that. They want creatives. They're starting to figure out that they want creatives that actually know how the platform works. So it's not just about hiring influencers to be involved in a traditional model project, but rather to have influencers to literally structure and create the project itself around what works. I could talk about this for hours. I kind of do, you know. Sounds like fake news. Okay. Prove it. Why? I don't know. I'm not going to show you how much money I make on TikTok. Literally. Yeah, exactly, Eric. That's the way the industry is going, and it's really fucking depressing, but it's also traditional writing is a career. What do you mean by traditional writing? What? Hearing people. Someone is literally comparing musicals to getting punched in the face. I made this post that was like kind of like silly. God, MAGA are so easy for people who keep trying to like excuse your hate by saying it's just a joke. Like, you guys really don't have a hard time figuring out when people are joking. I made this post that was like, I don't believe in people who don't like musicals. I don't believe they exist. Which obviously that is hyperbole. That's a rhetorical tool to make a joke. And someone's in there being like, saying that people, or saying that like you don't believe that people don't like musicals is like, or someone who doesn't like musicals, it's like me saying that you don't like fighting because you got, oh God, how did they fucking do it? Basically, they compared watching musicals to like, well, you know, what if you don't like fighting because it hurt too much when you got punched in the face? And that's like me not believing you for that. And I'm like, are you comparing? Are you literally comparing getting punched in the face with watching musicals? I don't know, Cottage. What kind of a show is that? What show is that? My Mom, Kamala? Yeah, I agree, Vinny. The problem is there was, right? There was a happy medium. First it was like 24 episodes, then it went down to 22, and then some people got experimental, and I don't know if we ever had a phase of like 16 episodes, but then it went down to 12 episodes. Pretty solidly 12 episodes for a while. And then it dipped down to 10, and now we're at 8 and 6. It's like it kind of halved a while back to 12. 12 was like the new standard for a while. Maybe 12 and 14. And then it's just gotten progressively shorter and shorter. It's so annoying. Oh, that's cool. What's it about? Yeah, cottage. Was that in relation to Joker 3, Joker 2? What do you mean? Yeah. But traditional broadcast is also going away. That's the whole thing. Thanks for the follow, Anne. Mm-mm. Not liking genre movie is not the same as not liking being physically assaulted. But also God, Maga, you're so fucking easy. It's so funny. All I gotta do is like make a joke with make a joke for like-minded people, and you guys really get upset about that. I pivoted. I mean, I did though. I thought I responded to you very clearly in my comments, Kino. Yeah. Also, you're MAGA. Yeah. David Mitchell? Why do I know that name? Beep, 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 beep. You're the problem. God, MAGA, you're so fucking silly. Oh, God. Wow. I did not think that a fucking post about musicals would upset MAGA so much. Oh, God. It didn't even do that well. You are part of, I guess, yeah, once again, you're showing that you don't understand like what a movement is. Thank you. I think you just answered my BLM question. Oh, Lord. I can't believe someone who looks like this is trying to neg me. An individual sweaty. They are so mad despite winning. They really are just out here raging. Oh, I'm an individual sweaty. Young people, progressives, and third party. And what? No, it isn't. MAGA is not progressive. MAGA is not progressive. Oh, steak? Is there steak? Oh, I like steak. I want steak. Can I have some steak? Chimichurri, please. No, Ron. That's Jesus. These platitudes are so funny. It just shows how easy you guys are. You were given platitudes and you just accept them and like regurgitate them and have with like zero thought behind them, zero analytical ability. It's kind of funny. Yeah, you're not progressive, RDIC. Just because you call yourself progressive doesn't make you progressive. I can tell you for a fact you're not fucking progressive. You're just not. It's a platitude, Kino. There is literally like zero actual analytical or, deep understanding behind that statement. Because it literally like, I don't even feel like fucking explaining it to you. It's a waste of my time. I don't have to. We'll see how things go. Republicans have started so many fucking wars over the last several years. That's the thing. The United States is not like, has not declared war on anyone. It's not Democrats being pro-war or anything. It's just not. But you were so easy to convince. Oh, that's all they had to say. They're like, oh, Democrats are pro-war. And your little like mouse-sized brain was like, oh yeah, war's bad. Yeah. And like you didn't even stop to ask yourself like, hold on, how did those wars happen? What did Democrats do that like makes them more complicit in them than any Republicans? You never asked yourself that. You're not a progressive, RDIC. If you're MAGA, you're not progressive. You're pretending to be progressive. Also, if you were against G-side, then you would not support MAGA, which literally is pushing for a local G-side. So, very simple. No, I'm on the side of... No, I'm not on the side of Liz Cheney. I'm actually progressive. I don't even consider myself a Democrat. I'm actually progressive. I'm an independent. I grew up in a country, by the way, with like a real left wing. We had universal health care. We had fucking social programs up the wazoo. It was fucking great. I'm not a Democrat. I'm registered as a Democrat so I can participate in the primaries, but that's it. I don't consider myself a Democrat. That said, being on the side of Kamala versus Trump, that, Liz Cheney doesn't change my politics. Yeah, Spain. That like that by most definitions, the whole child separation thing and the ethnic cleansing of migrants falls under the definition of a G-side, right? You don't have to like unalive people for it to be a G-side. The systemic removal of children and basic like ethnic cleansing and stuff also counts. Fuck, I've got something in my eye. RDIC, if you support MAGA, you're not progressive. It doesn't matter if you say you've been progressive for a decade. That's not progressive ideology. You support authoritarian and extreme right-wing politicians' beliefs, you're not progressive. You can call yourself whatever the fuck you want. Your actions actually say what you are, reveal what you are. I'm an establishment Democrat. Okay, so I'm not allowed to point out that, hey, if you're MAGA, you're not progressive, but you can just decide that I'm an establishment Democrat. Why? What makes me an establishment Democrat? Yeah, under the definition, bump, like official definition, technically, yeah. Thank you, Jared. G-side is removing a people from gene contribution within a population. Thank you. That doesn't... Well, so RDIC. So, okay, if you vote for MAGA, then you are MAGA. You're not progressive. Okay, you're left wing. You said you support MAGA, so you're not left wing. If that's how simple it is, great. Film industry, Tiger. Oh, you voted for Jill Stein. Jesus. Oh, so you're just dumb. That's what it is. I voted for Jill Stein in 2016. I know why. I know all about Jill Stein. By the way, I spent all summer at protests, progressive environmental protests, mostly some pro-PAL protests. I was documenting them. I was deeply embedded with all the organizers and stuff. And I asked them about Jill Stein, and they all fucking hate her. My aunt spent 6 months in G. This was years ago, but she spent 6 months in G volunteering with a school for mentally handicapped kids. And she fucking hates Jill Stein. She's like, voting for her does not help the people of G. I grew up with the son of the PAL consulate to my country that recognizes PAL statehood. He also would not fucking support Jill Stein. Did not want people voting for Jill Stein. Did not support Donald Trump. Wanted people voting for Kamala Harris. In fact, a lot of PAL people did, because they know that Trump winning was fucking terrible for them. So. G-side isn't about an individual, Kino. It's about a group of people. You really struggle with that concept, huh? She's not progressive, RDIC. She's not. And actually, I pulled out her, she publicly disclosed her financial records, right? She literally financially benefits from the war. She's she has a lot of money invested in defense companies. She's literally profiting off of what's going on in and PAL right now. You can look up her financial disclosure forms. They have to be public. Kino, again, I answered your question. G-side is not about individuals. It's about a large group of people. No, I'm progressive. RDIC, I'd love to know what you actually do that's progressive, other than cast a fucking throwaway vote for a Russian plant, who, again, I voted for in 2016. I would not again. Because you know what I noticed? That after I voted for her in 2016, she fucking disappeared. She disappeared. She did nothing. I didn't hear about her again for fucking years. And funny enough, the next time I heard about her, what was it? Election year. Technically primary year. I know a lot of former Green Party candidates. I spent all summer, like I said, like among the top climate people, like people who are the Green Party, and who have, most of whom have jumped ship because they say that the Green Party became a vessel for Jill Stein's narcissistic goals and stopped being an actual grassroots and local and small government organization. Like, they stopped focusing on these small local elections and the actual projects that made any sort of difference. It became a narcissistic venture for Jill Stein. That's literally what everyone around her says. That's their experience with her. She doesn't care about you, dude. She doesn't care about any of the like causes she claims to. She disappears when it's not an election year. And MAGA is, but yeah. So by saying that again, RDIC, you're proving you are not. Chet, someone in here is trying to claim that they're progressive when they support MAGA. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Fascinating, really. Yeah, he's trying to defend it. He's saying that he's a progressive because he voted for Jill Stein, which, by the way, I did in 2016, like I said, and I explained why that's very silly. And you're saying MAGA is better than Democrats because you're not progressive. You're not progressive. You're a fool. You're an easily manipulated fool. Yeah, let's talk about. I was progressive bump, but I also like understood. I voted for Jill Stein, and then I noticed that she didn't do anything. Not in an election year. She disappeared. So here's the thing, like, you can think of yourself as a progressive and sure, vote for Jill Stein if that's what you think. But like, as a progressive, in my experience, and my opinion, most progressives are actually more politically involved than just at the fucking ballot box. Because inherently in this current system, we do not have, widespread representation. So in order to actually be someone who puts, your money where your mouth is, if you are in fact a progressive in this country, you have to be doing a lot more than just showing up to vote once every 2 years or 4, as most people do. So yeah, I voted for Jill Stein in 2016, but I also noticed that she didn't fucking show up for years after that. I heard nothing about her from her, and I was involved in all the causes that she claims to be active in. And I have asked dozens of people, if not more, and like asked them to ask their people, when does Jill Stein show up? Is she part of this work day after day? And no, she is not. And fine. But as a progressive, I think voting for someone who doesn't actually do the work ever of furthering progressive causes and movements, that's silly. That's not actual progressivism. That's just like that's just foolish. You know what I mean? That's like, I got used in 2016, I guess, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. But I'm not like, to vote for someone just because they pretend to be progressive doesn't make me progressive. What makes me progressive is that my beliefs are progressive, firstly, but then also my actions are. I go to protests. I donate to causes. I volunteer. I canvass. I phone bank. I've written postcards once. That's not really my jam, personally. But, that's what I do. That's what makes me a progressive. I'm out there doing the work. I'm not going to vote for someone who's not doing the work, personally, like that. You're such a fucking liar, RDIC. Yeah, most progressives actually welcome younger voices. That's, again, once again, I know you're not a fucking progressive. And no progressive in their right mind is coming in here saying that MAGA is better. I know you're just trolling, dude. I know you're just trolling. Also, you're white. You are not a member of the Black Panthers. Yeah. They're about to get more expensive. Man, y'all are going to get real hangry. I'm kind of like thinking Philippe is moving, and he's moving into a place that's going to have like a lot of storage space. And in my head, I'm kind of like, babe, we got to like stock up on the non-perishables, man. Like we gotta stock up. Shit's about to get rough. Exactly, Ron. Arroz y frijoles. I think equal is a weird concept to bring into G-side. Equal. It's a different situation, Bomp. And also locally, things haven't really like gotten. It's a whole different fucking situation, dude. Yeah, RDIC, because I'm not an idiot. RDIC, you can go. Dude, your trolling is so fucking obvious. It's also weird. It's like a weird time to focus that weird energy, right? Like, the election's over, so like trying to convince people that voting for Kamala is not progressive is like now a waste of your fucking energy. What are you doing now? What are you, because Jill Stein is not doing anything for anyone right now, right? And she won't for another 4 years. I know that for a fact. What are you doing now? Because I have an answer. And you're MAGA, RDIC. See how easy that is? You're MAGA. Exactly, Vinny. Okay, so you're doing nothing, RDIC. You've done nothing. You're MAGA, RDIC. Yeah, you can call me establishment Democrat all you want. It doesn't really matter. Who gives a shit? You're MAGA. Who gives a shit? Cottage. Why speculate? I mean, the entire purpose of voting is that you are letting your desire be known based on speculation. What do you fucking mean? Why speculate? That is exactly what a campaign and an election are all about. You're speculating on who's going to be better based on what you speculate they're going to do. Why speculate? What do you fucking mean, dude? Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, Bump. Like, okay, so which one was worse, Bump? Slavery or World War II? You see how fucked up of a question that is? That's not like a real. That's not how life works, and that's not how discussing like, crimes against humanity works. And the fact, and people, it's only people like you who make things into Olympics that I know are like actually like full of shit out here. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to turn something into a contest that isn't a contest, and it shouldn't be. And the funniest thing is if it were a contest, you would in theory understand. Here's the irony, right? If it were a contest and you can understand, oh, one atrocity is better than another, whatever. You would also be capable of understanding why, despite basically all presidents in US history always being like super pro is, which I absolutely have a problem with, but like, you know, understanding the history of the United States, why you would be able to understand the difference between Kamala and Trump with regards to their policy and position on is. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Democrats and Kamala and Biden and literally every Democrat ever has had the classic US stance on is. So has every single fucking Republican. There have been slight differences between each. Sure. I'm not going to defend the Dem stance. Absolutely fucking not. Like I said, I have spent way too much of my time protesting it, writing to the fucking White House like more times than I can fucking count at this point. Yeah, not defending it. However, I can see the difference between the two, even if it's slight. I can look at what Trump has said on the situation and what Kamala said on the situation, and I can look and I can see that Net specifically wanted Trump to win, and it probably has something to do with Trump saying like, I'm going to let him finish the job. I'm going to help him finish the job. All that kind of stuff. So if you want to compare atrocities, let's compare atrocities. Let's compare the atrocity between someone who's like, hey, ceasefire. Hey, we're going to like push for like mindfulness and like, I forget the statement exactly that she made of like, yeah, you're allowed to fucking defend yourself. However, like with like an awareness and like, you know, not, what did she say? The exact word, she was like, without going fucking over whatever. Versus, let them finish the job. You want to compare two atrocities? Compare those two. Because I know which one's worse. It's very clear. Neither of them are good. Neither of them are acceptable. But one of them's worse. Right, Bump. But so, you know, I'm sure, so you are like, I mean, just based on what you're saying, you are against Kamala Harris because you are dissatisfied with her approach to the is and pal situation, which granted, fair, totally fair. Me too. But my point is you want to weigh things. You want to compare them. Let's compare them. Let's compare Kamala and Trump on it. And here's the thing. Had Kamala won and like voting for Kamala to take care of the situation, to be the next person like in charge in a position of power, like as much as it, you know, may feel disgusting to vote for G side, when you understand that like, listen, no matter which way it goes, there is an atrocity going to be committed in that part of the world, and the best you can hope for is a limit to the harm that is done, which is disgusting that is the best we can hope for. But like, we're being realists here. Then I think that a responsible person would do everything in their power to limit the harm that's done. So if one PAL person were to survive under Kamala versus 0 under Trump, I would vote for Kamala 100 times. And I think it's very realistic to think it would be more than one person. The difference would be one person. Does that make it okay? No, but it makes it better than Mr. Finish the Job. It does, simply put. Stop, dude, stop spamming. Guys, please report the spam as spam. It helps if we all report the thing. Please report the spam. Report the spam. I don't. Good morning, Socks. Yeah, exactly, Vinny. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. The people who refuse to vote for Kamala because of what's going on my issue with that is that, like, you help to put someone in power who's going to do worse, which isn't the same as defending what Democrats have done there. It isn't. But you put someone in power who vowed to do worse, like literally said, you're going to help them finish the job. But also, on top of that, has been vowing to do worse to even more populations. You know what I mean? And like, you sacrificed not just all people in PAL. Not only did you sacrifice more lives in PAL, you also sacrificed people here in order to avoid you personally having to do something that you claim is, like, difficult. Because you didn't want to vote for someone who's, like, you know, Dem, because of the overall Dem stance on PAL. And, like, that to me, that's like, you really couldn't do that. You really, like, you couldn't put aside your personal comfort for 1 second to cast a vote to save even just a few PAL lives, as well as who knows how many lives in the U.S. of, like, other marginalized communities. That just seems selfish to me. It just seems selfish. It seems performative and incredibly harmful. I don't know who you helped. You didn't help anyone in PAL, obviously. They're worse off now. So not only did you, like, what was the trade-off? What did you get in exchange for that? You ensured that PAL was even worse off in exchange for also making sure people in America were worse off. What did you get? Thank you, Enlightened. It's probably the face mask. Mm-hmm. I'm still up. No, the minority of Americans don't. No, actually, the majority of Americans want healthcare and equality and stuff. Probably a good time to remind you, only 30% of eligible voters voted for Trump. He won with a plurality of the voters. So people who actually bothered to show up, he won with a plurality, not a majority. So he didn't even get 50% of the vote. It was not a landslide. Not that like helps with the fact that he is in fact going to take office, but it's not, it shouldn't be as, I mean, it's it is devastating. It is devastating, but it's not as devastating as a true majority of people in this country supporting that man. What's devastating is that a true majority of people in this country didn't even, well, no. A majority of people did show up to vote. About 60% of people showed up to vote. But what is of eligible voters showed up to vote. But it's depressing that nearly half couldn't be fucked to do so. Sure. I mean, we have, yeah, I think we should get rid of the fucking electoral college. Absolutely. I don't know, Paul. I think the Democratic Party has an issue. I get asked this all the time now. I don't know. I think they're probably going to try to run Newsom. That doesn't mean I think he's the best guy. I'm just saying he's a very likely candidate at the forefront. I think what the party needs to do, I think Newsom is a risk, I will say. I think he's somehow both really safe and really risky. I don't think I don't think Newsom is going to be a smart move, personally. They might actually shoot themselves in the foot with that one. But I wish they would let their progressive stars shine more. That's what I keep saying. Sorry to everyone who's heard this before. Democrats, I think, have an issue where they have progressive voices who they kind of ask to toe the line and stuff. And they ask them to not make ripples. You know what I mean? They preach a lot of unity. Democrats preach a lot of fucking unity. And I wish they would just let their stars shine. Let Democrats do what they're going to do. And not just Democrats, people on the left. Let them do what they're going to do. And let's see where that takes you. The right doesn't have that issue. The right, lets their crazies be fucking crazy. And that gets them some, that works for them in some ways. It doesn't always work for them, but it works for them in some ways. They do reap some benefits from that. And I think, yeah, Democrats just keep going unity, unity, unity. And they're just not updating with the times. I don't know. So I would like for Democrats to just let their stars be their stars, do their fucking thing. Don't hold them back. Don't do that. And give them 4 years. Give Democrats, especially the younger ones, especially the more progressive ones, give them 4 years to really shine. You know what I mean? Let them do what they will do. And I think some will start to separate themselves from the pack. I mean, I really like the squad. I really love AOC. I don't know if she'll be ready in 2028, but let them shine. Yeah, exactly, Ron. Who cares if she was the bartender? Who gives a shit? Trump was a reality TV star. No, I think he allowed long range last week. RDAC, we're MAGA. We don't want to fix ourselves to you're MAGA. We don't want to fix ourselves to your standards. So was Reagan. Yeah. Exactly. Oh yeah, did you see that Democrats introduced a bill or was it a bill or a motion to basically reiterate that no, you cannot run you cannot have more than 2 terms. It happened today. Part of me is really, do we need to reiterate this? I mean, clearly we do, but if we need to reiterate it, I feel that also sends the signal of well, you could also just pass a similar motion that says nah. You know what I mean? Part of me wants them to act no, this is established, this is done. We don't have to there's no need to file another thing, pass another bill, anything like that, because it is settled law. It is part of the Constitution, and that's it. But before you get lambasted. Bye. I know, but you understand what I'm saying, Tiger? Of like, as soon as we say like, oh, we need to pass a new law that says this, that makes that law repealable. You know what I'm saying? As soon as we have to pass a new law that reiterates something that is like in our Constitution, that makes that law repealable. And as soon as we make that law repealable, it kind of sends the signal of like, oh, well, we needed that law in order to make this true and enforceable. And if you remove that law, then it's no longer a thing. Does that make sense? That's kind of, I think that's like, yeah. But like, sure. Oh, please no, RDIC. I thought you were gone by now. Okay, I'm done with you. You're a waste of time. Bye. Yeah, it's possible, Rich. I think so, Tiger. I blocked him. I'm so done with like mediocre white men trying to tell me that I'm not progressive enough. Well, like literally supporting people that are taking away my rights. You don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me how to be fucking progressive. Yeah, I'm progressive. On a scale of 1 to communism, I'm in the like democratic socialist range. Yeah, I grew up in Europe. I grew up with all these like socialist things that you guys think are so scary. They're not. They're fucking wonderful. They're also not socialism. Universal health care for one. Obviously I want fucking, women's right to choose codified, but that shouldn't be that's not progressive. That's like barely fucking progressive. I would like to see I would like to see us taxing billionaires and corporations a hell of a lot more. I would like to see the removal of, big money. I would love to see the outlawing of lobbying in general and just like the removal of money from politics as much as possible. I would love to see way more funding for education, real education. What else? Better social safety nets. Universal healthcare. Honestly, universal healthcare, it is but one social safety net, but that shit fixes a lot of stuff. Universal healthcare makes it once your life, literally your life, is not dependent on how much money you have. That empowers you in just about every other area of your life, right? That empowers you to quit your job if it is an abusive work environment, right? It permits you to, mainly the job thing, but it permits you to like be unemployed for a time if you have to be. Without being afraid of getting hit by a bus and like that being the end of it. It permits you to take certain risks that you might not be able to take otherwise, because one trip to the hospital like won't bankrupt you for the rest of your life. It permits, and it also just like permits you to go to the hospital. Like if you feel sick, go get it treated. So it permits you to basically avoid, in a lot of cases, chronic illness and long-term issues. Can you imagine how much chronic illness we would actually get rid of if we nipped things in the bud in this country, if we empowered people to not be afraid of going to the doctor as soon as something even minor was wrong? And do you know how much stronger our country would be if we had less chronic disease? Economically, just like in terms of like quality of life, I feel like, the opioid epidemic probably wouldn't have taken off as effectively here if we had better healthcare and also just better options to avoid and treat chronic illness, chronic pain, all these sorts of things, injuries as soon as they happen so that they don't become chronic issues and stuff. Or get preventative care, that too, yeah. Preventative care also would be great, especially, with like teeth as well, right? Like teeth can give you like heart disease and lead to other like really long-term chronic, issues and all that kind of stuff. Universal healthcare literally like feeds into so many things. It is, Jimmy. Yeah. Chronic illness is one of our major moneymakers. It is. Which is also why, these big pharma, just in general, the whole health industry is so against, I think that's part of it, right? They're against universal healthcare because if everyone's healthier, then you make less money off of treating their illnesses. And with universal healthcare, everyone is healthier. Everyone ends up healthier. Like, for example, so, when COVID hit, I didn't know this until COVID hit, but Spain and Italy were tied as the European countries with the highest life expectancy. Spain has one of the best. It's often ranked one of, if not the best, like healthcare system in the world. That's where I'm from, so I am biased, but you can actually look it up. It has one of the best, and but Spain and Italy had the longest life expectancy in Europe, and they're among the top 5 worldwide. And a big part of that is because their healthcare is so good that people just like live longer, right? Not just, and not just healthcare, but like also just the Mediterranean diet and all that stuff. But like the healthcare system is so fucking good. And so as a result, during COVID, ironically, Spain and Italy had really, really high fatality rates because the population is so old, right? Like there were a lot of older people in Spain and Italy because they didn't pass away at younger ages like they do in other countries. So they were like among some that were like hit the hardest. And that's how I learned kind of about that and stuff. But it probably helps to have 4-hour siestas every day. Yeah, if only that were a thing still. It is, it's a little bit of a thing in the South where it gets really, really hot. The whole siesta thing is really just like, it's about avoiding being under the sun during the hottest part of the day. So mostly what it really like effectively turns into, it's like there's a couple of hours in the hottest area. So like in Madrid, this isn't really a thing, but in the South, where my family is originally from the South, I was born and raised in Madrid. My dad is from the South. And so my cousins and aunts and uncles and stuff like grew up in this more of a situation like this where there will be maybe a 2-hour break in the middle of the day, which is when, like, if you're at school or whatever, you would go home and eat lunch at home and then maybe take a siesta then. And the reason is because in the South, like, that's when the midday is when the sun is highest, and the whole thing comes from being an agrarian society originally, where if you had workers working outside in the middle of the day in the fields, like, they would just drop dead, because it was just so fucking hot. Like, it just it's not good. So what you do is you give people a longer break in the middle of the day where they can eat inside, take their time, eat a big meal, sleep, and then come back and they work later. And so you end up having like a later dinner as well and stuff. And that too, yeah, and help small businesses. A sole proprietor would be able to make a jump to second employee so much easier if they had their healthcare sorted. Yeah. Also freelancers, like, I'm a freelancer, right? So I have to go through the ACA, and that shit is a fucking nightmare. Just like, it's better than the alternative, but like, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I absolutely would, Rich. And I have. Yeah. I've been looking. I was like last year. I was kind of looking at apartments in Spain and stuff, and I'm kind of like my issue is like a couple years ago. I mean, I've talked about this before, but like my because I'm a freelancer in the film industry. I had I made a lot more money a few years ago than I do now. So like I wish I was making a little bit more money, and that way I could more comfortably be like looking at places in Madrid that I could really like just like make the leap for. Um but that might change. I don't know. How have the storms affected? Yeah, there was really bad flooding in Spain. And quite a people were lost. In fact, I don't know if you saw all that stuff about like the is soccer team fans like and the attacks and the fights within like was it the Dutch? Was it? Something that a lot of American news sources forgot to mention was that firstly the is were like running around attacking people, being shitty, but then also there was a moment of silence in the stadium for the victims of the Spanish flooding, and the is soccer fans decided to just be shitty and start cheering and chanting and like laughing, and I think they were like singing maybe during the moment of silence for the Spanish victims and stuff. They're just being fucking pieces of shit. So Madrid is expensive as fuck. Not compared to America, dude. Yeah, they made it seem, yeah. And they just like, they really, really downplayed the part where they like literally like attacked a taxi driver and stuff and vandalized, pulled down like a flag and all that kind of stuff. They really downplayed the part where they were literally the instigators. But whatever. Can't talk about it here. Can't talk about it in America. My God, I'm so excited to see Wicked. Whenever I go to Madrid, I feel fucking rich. And I always joke with my friends. I'm like, I'm fucking rich. I'm not rich, but why Leah Michelle? What do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. That's the perfect way of putting it, Rich. That's something, and I always try to describe it. It's always so hard. It's impossible to describe it, really. But especially the whole thing with universal healthcare. I'm like, there is a certain weight that just lifts from your shoulders as soon as it really like seeps in that like there's a safety net here. You know what I mean? Like as soon as you realize like you're not walking around with this fear that like the smallest thing could go wrong and it will ruin the rest of your fucking life. No, you can focus. Like health scares become just about health. Here, health scares are not just about health. They're also about the finances. You know what I mean? And in fact, they become more about the finances than the actual health scare itself. I did see Wicked on Broadway many, many years ago. Oh, that's true, Ron. Yeah, that's fucking funny. Isn't she kind of a bee? Excuse me 1 second. I saw Wicked on Broadway when I was a kid. We really liked it. was she racist? I remember like a little bit about her being a diva. I think it was actually like mostly just like a vibe I got in this one video that I saw of her where I was like, oh, she's a diva. That whole fan poster thing threw you off. That fan thing was a little bit ridiculous, I will say. And a lot of people called it out. They were like, Cynthia Erivo, like, stop being crazy about this. Like a fan edit of a poster that's based on an existing poster. Like, it's not. You are, like, you know, like there was a lot of discourse about, and I think it's always interesting discourse of like, when you are walking into a piece of art that, yes, is the new iteration, but is part of a larger body of work. Like there's Wicked as in like Wicked the movie, right? And Wicked the musical and Wicked the book. And, you know, if you can get even smaller of like Wicked the musical with this actress in it, or Wicked the musical and this specific performance, right? Each performance, each iteration of it is its own unique thing, yes, but it also all forms a part of something much larger. You know what I mean? They don't exist they are independent of each other, but they don't exist without the context of one another. So when you become, you know, when you're stepping into a role that has history to it and iterations to it, and is especially when you're stepping into a role in a new format, a brand new format of it, like there's certain, like, you have to understand that like this project exists, this world, this idea, this thing exists with or without you, and has existed without you for a very long time. And like fans are gonna make fan fucking edits, and like especially referential ones to iconic images, and it's not fucking personal. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate that. Good. You should, Simon. Hadestown. I haven't seen that. When I was a kid, my mom was really good about getting us. My mom loved musicals, so we grew up on musicals, and she was pretty good at taking us to like a Broadway show like once every few years and stuff. We went to a lot of music. We also went to the London stage. We saw some shows in London. It's pretty cool. We saw Chicago in London, I remember. I fell asleep because I wouldn't have been jet lagged, but I think it was just like a long flight or something. West End, thank you. Yes, West End. Sorry, totally forgot. Oh, you should, Cottage. West End. It's a lot more affordable than Broadway. Oh, really? I don't know. I love the Chicago movie. Oh, nice. 6. What is that? I saw a book of, my boyfriend took me to a Book of Mormon, finally. I know, like 10 years too late. Not him, but I hadn't seen it till like 10 years too late. He took me to Book of Mormon for Valentine's Day. That was fun. But I was definitely like, oh, this humor is like 10 years ago humor, for sure. No, not really. We just kind of hang out and talk about whatever we want. That's right. Okay. Yeah, Cottage. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. What about Phantom? I will say, so I saw Phantom of the Opera. I think I saw the movie before I ever saw the show. I saw Phantom of the Opera on Broadway as well. I liked the movie a lot better than... I may have seen Phantom of the Opera more than once, actually, over the years. The thing I didn't like, the thing I really liked about the movie and not the show, which I realized later was like more typical for the show, is like in the movie, Emmy Rossum, the way she plays Christine and her singing is like it's much less operatic. I mean, she's opera trained and it is opera singing, but she gives it this sort of like softer, more like lyrical vibe, I guess, to it. Whereas in theaters, when we saw it like on Broadway, Christine was like just as operatic as prima donna. You know, what's her face? I don't know. The one that Minnie Driver wears. But like, or plays rather. Yeah, that's possible. It's very easy to burn out on Andrew Lloyd Webber. Andrew Lloyd Webber was big in my house too, eventually, but like later on, because my mom like really liked all the classics, like all the Sondheim stuff, which is like a whole other thing that's hard for people to get into. And then we kind of like we ended up in like Andrew Lloyd Webber side of things, and it was like a revelation. I still remember when we first watched Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Great film, by the way. Great musical. Yeah. Wait, the video's about Starlight Express? No, but I know Starlight Express. I had a friend who introduced me to that when I was like in high school. Yeah, they're right. Yeah, that makes sense, Vinny. So like I said, it was like, for me, Phantom, it was like, I think similarly, like there was less chemistry, but I think part of it was also because it was like the difference between Christine and whatever her face was, whatever her name is, the prima donna, that one. There was not enough of a difference. It was like the same. They sounded the same. They just, a lot of the performance was the same. And I was like, okay. I was like, I don't know why this one's supposed to be like this revelation over this one. I'm like, you're just both, yeah. Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, that's a good one. It's been a long time since I thought of that. Wow. But wait, so Guardian Angel, what are the videos about Starlight Express right now? Or is it just that people are rediscovering Starlight Express? It is a wild concept for a show. It's funny. Andrew Lloyd Webber. What a weirdo. I heard a rumor recently that he's apparently super fucking conservative. Is this true? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's worth freaking out about. I will say, like, I learned about Starlight Express, like, in the days before YouTube usefulness. I think YouTube probably sort of existed around then, but not in the way that it does now, right? Where, like, it took hours to upload even the teeniest, tiniest thing. So you didn't have... So I learned about Starlight Express from my friend who had the CD, who I think had seen it once, and she was, like, obsessed with it. And so she had to describe the whole show to me, this whole concept of Starlight Express. And yeah, and we loved the music and we'd like listen to it all the time. But like my entire concept of the show was like from the photo of this, you know, the photos from the inside of a CD or whatever, and her descriptions of it. So it is wild that we live in a time where people can discover Starlight Express by actually seeing a video of it. That's really cool, you know? Yeah. Andrew. You want to come up?
Hi, baby. Hi.
Can we give you a bath tomorrow? So you can be all pretty for Thanksgiving?
Ooh, excuse you.
This is Riz for anyone who hasn't met her yet. Oh, I like Little Shop of Horrors. I've seen it live, but not like a super professional production, I don't think. Little shop of horrors. Hi. Cavalier, King Charles Spaniel. Yeah, exactly, Vinny, exactly. She's like, a bath. I know what that is. It's my nightmares, torture. No, we're not talking about Elden Ring. What made you think we were talking about Elden Ring? What did we say? Hi. Oh. Aha. Of course. Hi. We're very cuddly tonight, huh? Yeah? This is just like the dog cuddle live now. That's what this has become. I'm just gonna sit here and cuddle my dog live for you guys for hours. Oh, are we done? Did I ruin it by flipping you at the wrong moment? Oops, hold on. There you go. Oh. Oh, she's in a cuddle mood. He wants, well, I offered the pumpkin, and he demanded the caramel apple pie from 4 and 20 bake shop, or whatever, I don't know what it's called, here in Brooklyn. Very specific one. And he demanded 2. He demanded both. Yeah. Yeah, right, Vinny? I should. No, what we figured afterwards was, I think after he kind of went to sleep, because he heard the first thing. I was like, you know what I'm most outraged about? What the thing I'm outraged about is that he keeps acting like it's nothing. And by him being like, it's easy, it'll be fine. He's basically saying, and like, make 2 instead of 1. Like, why not make 2? It's easy, and I'll help you, and it's whatever, and it's easy, da-da-da-da. And is like, he's like diminishing like the amount of work I am gonna have to do. You know what I mean? Like, I would rather him be like, just, oh, you can only do 1, do the easiest one, da-da-da, and me be the one who gets to be like, I'll make 2. You know what I mean? And yeah, I would like to be, and I would like him to be like, that's a lot of fucking work, and thank you, instead of him saying it's nothing and it's easy and who cares. Like, fuck you, you do it then. That's what's upsetting to me. Exactly, Cottage. That's what I keep saying too. I'm like, okay, well, if you want a second one, you're making the second one. And he's like, well, I'm helping. Like, he's like, I don't know how to make pies, but like, I'll be helping you. I'm helping you. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And I'm like, that's not how that fucking works. You'll be helping me. No, you won't. He will, I'm sure, but it's like, I don't know. Helping in the kitchen. The thing I don't like about helping in the kitchen like that is like, me telling you to do different steps. I'm reading a recipe. I don't know what I'm doing, right? I've never made this recipe, either of these recipes before, right? So I'm reading each step. too. And so you're going to ask me, you're going to help me by asking me to give you instructions. And what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to be like reading the thing and I'm going to have to like figure out, okay, what can I have you do? And give you the instructions for that. And it's like, yeah, exactly, Vinny. Exactly. So like at most I'll probably ask him to like squeeze out the fucking lemon juice and maybe chop up some apples. And that's helping. And then all of a sudden, he has an equal share in the steaks or whatever. I mostly just want him to stop acting like it's nothing. If it's nothing, he can fucking do it. I would like some appreciation. I think that's it. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Got it. That's also what pisses me off in that, I mean, it all feeds into the same thing. Where it's like, it's so easy. I'm like, great, you do it. He's like, no. But also in the sense where I'm like, okay, but it might come out poorly because I've never made these recipes before. You know, and you know how it is, right? Like, yeah, I can follow a recipe. People always think I'm a great baker because I can follow a recipe. It's like, no, I'm following a recipe. However, especially with baked goods, the first time you do a recipe, like it can turn out bad. You know what I mean? Like, firstly, you don't even know if it's a good recipe. But then, yeah, the first time you do it, like, especially because it takes longer to do steps because you keep checking the recipe. So then as the longer, like, things that go into baked goods sit, like, that completely changes the texture, right? So, like, if you let the dough sit on the counter for slightly too long, that completely changes it. If you let, like, I assume like pie filling or something sit in the pie crust just slightly too long, that makes it soggy. Stuff like that. But of course, you know, because you're going slowly, it's like everything's gonna be kind of more annoying like that. And I keep saying like, well, these are first time recipes. I'm not really familiar enough with pies for it to be second nature. You know, I've made pies, but not in many years. All that stuff. So for me, I am following a brand new set of instructions as well. And him being like, it'll be fine and it's easy. And me being like, well, then you do it. And him being like, no, I don't do that. It's like, okay, but we would both be doing this like for the first time ever. So if I can do it, if I can read the instructions and follow them and like nail it on the first try, so can you. Yeah, ovens have their own quirks. My oven is going through something right now. My oven I know for a fact is quirky, but I haven't figured out all the quirks yet. Yeah, exactly, Vinny. That's a good point. I never thought of that. Wait, this joke has no business continuing but to be funny, but it is. What, this? Getting me all riled up about the pie? Is this the joke? Yeah, that's what I told him too. Oh, the soup for your family joke. Wait, what was this joke? I saw you make a soup joke earlier, but I didn't. Then it became cranberries. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm lost. I have no idea what this is. It's soup for my family. What is this? It sounds familiar as like a reference, but I don't know what it is. Riz, no, come on, it's late. Mm, 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 mm. Riz, come on. That riders throw cans of soup. Well, you can't throw a brick. Wait. They get caught. They say, no, it's just soup for my family. What? Oh, I missed this. Did I miss this? Riz. Soup for my family. Oh my God.
I'm just standing here today with soup for my family.
Soup for my family. Ay, ay, ay.
And then they have cans of soup. Soup. And they throw the cans of soup. That's better than a brick because you can't throw a brick. It's too heavy. But a can of soup, you can really put some power in there, right? And then when they get caught, they say, no, this is soup from my family. Just so innocent. This is soup from my family. It's incredible. And you have people coming over with bags of soup, big bags of soup, and they lay it on the ground, and the managers take it and they start throwing it at our cops, at our police.
Oh my God.
When it hits you, that's worse than a brick because it's got force.
It's worse than a brick because it's got force.
And then when they get caught, they say, no, this is just soup from my family. And then the media says, this is just soup. These people are very, very innocent. They're innocent people.
It just keeps going. It just keeps going. And then the media says, oh, this is just soup, but they're very innocent people. They're very, very innocent. Oh my God. I know. Is it though, Riz? You guys can hear her. Riz, I took you up for your night walk already. Oh, don't look at me outraged. I already took you out for your evening walk. You would be asleep right now. Any other night. It is 4:45, Riz. 4:45. You should be asleep. I took you out like at 11. That's what I thought. It's 4:45. Do you want to come cuddle? She does want pancakes. She always wants pancakes. Okay. I know. Here we go. We just want attention, I think. We're pretending it's a walk. Really, it's just attention. Okay. She wants pancakes. Do you want pancakes? Is that what you want? Anyway. That is so funny. That's such a like long monologue, too. This soup, and then the media says it's just soup for their family. You can really put some force into it. Chat is quiet. I assume some people fell asleep here tonight, or they're just hanging out and listening in the background. It's a pretty chill live in general usually, so still here? Good. You know that you're still here. You want to hold this? She's looking at my ring light. She's like, I don't know what that thing is. Is that a UFO? Is that what them UFOs are? She's like, is that a dog on the screens? There's so many dogs on the screens. And there's so many. Is that what you're looking at? Are you looking at yourself on the screen? Are you confused because you see me too on the screen with you? She's like, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. She usually freaks out when she sees dogs on screen, including herself. But I think she's like noticing that it's my face is there as well. I think she's like, but she's definitely staring at herself very intently. She's like, oh yeah, them ear scritches. Oh. Is that good? You like that scritch? She's very suspicious of herself right now. Oh, it's okay. Yeah. She knows herself in the mirror for sure, but it's just like, cameras are a foreign concept. It's like not, she has, and actually, like, she's only, I should say this, I think she's only caught herself on camera once. And it was like when I had that election night set up. I don't think it was actually, whatever. It was around then because I had that whole set up for like a few days, with the camera on the couch and stuff. And there was like one night where she came over and she like saw herself on the computer screen and she started like growling and stuff. And I think it's because I was eating, so I had food, and so she was like, is that dog going after my food? And that started this thing where she was like growling at herself on camera because it didn't give the mirror vibe. But now she's like seeing herself. She was just staring at herself very intently. And no reaction, which is odd. She definitely reacts to animals on screen. She also reacts to like,
I love you.
anything that moves kind of oddly. Like she has those like weird things like uncanny valley stuff. She will sometimes growl at if something is moving not in a human way, she's like, I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, she's scooting. I might have to take her out. All right, fine. What a cute little girl, but she's scooting. All right. I think I'll take her out, sadly. And maybe end this live here and now, I guess. Take a can of soup with me just in case. That's a good idea. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, guys. I know, I'm like wide awake and I would love to hang out, but I gotta have someone. We're staying at Philippe's mom's house Wednesday night. So I have to have like a somewhat reasonable thing. Thank you. My sister got it for me for Christmas a couple years ago. Dang Thanksgiving. I used to love having nothing to do for Thanksgiving. It'll be great. It'll be fun hanging out with his sister and her boyfriend and his mom. Thanksgiving. Yeah. All right. I'm coming, Miss. Just a sec. All right. Thank you, guys. Once again. This is great. Lovely night. Yeah. Thanksgiving is fun. I do like the food. Although this is going to be different. This is like, they do like Russian Thanksgiving, which isn't a thing, but they do like lots of seafood and caviar, which I don't like. And I think they don't do turkey, they do duck, which I can deal with. And the first night we're there, apparently there's going to be borscht, which I don't like. So, it's going to be one of those things where I have to eat a lot of food that I'm like, about. So I don't even get the best part of the Thanksgiving, which is the fucking Thanksgiving food. I really hope to God he doesn't wake up in the middle of this live. Thank you, guys. I'll be on at least tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow. I'll definitely be on when I'm baking that fucking pie, or those fucking pies, I should say. Oh, now we've got a bunch of people coming in again. Now you're coming in, guys. Now you're coming back in. Stuffing. Oh, yeah. I love stuffing. I guess I can't leave. This is why you should have been tapping away while I was still hanging out. Well, I had to take my dog out, so I guess I could just leave this running while I go down if anyone wants to hop on voice. The Hate Pie Live, great. Good. I told him he better get me a, what is it called? One of those like pie, those things where you mix it's like to mix like cold butter with flour and stuff. It's like a half moon shape with like 3 or 4 or 5 like metal thing. You know what I mean? You know what it's called? Pastry blender. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. You have them or you hate them? Yeah. I was looking at the recipe he sent me. Overly complicated. And I was like, pastry blender. And I was like, fine, you're in charge of the ingredients, but you're also going to get me a fucking pastry blender. You're going to figure out where to get it for me. Oh, you love them? Oh, okay. A smashy tool? Yeah, that's much more up my alley. You love them. I've never used a pastry blender in my fucking life. I'm going to have to watch a YouTube video, aren't I? Get one with a stable handle, not a rolly one. Okay. I kind of want to not tell him that, and if he gets me a rolly one, I can bitch about it to him. I can just be mad at him even more. Is that horribly... That's horrible of me, right? No, it's fine. Okay. How the fuck is one little hand tool really going to make making pastry all that much better? Watch him not get like half the ingredients. I also told him specifically, I was like, I want Granny Smith. A little petty's okay to do that. Yeah. I told him Granny Smith apples. Or I walk. Or I send it back. Granny Smith apples. Or I send it back. Riz? 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 Rizzy? Riz? I don't know where she's going off to. Using a food processor is the easiest. I have a food processor, but they're a pain to clean. Oh, you do? Hi, Riz. Was it just a fart? Was it maybe just a fart? Oh, really? Yeah, exactly, Vinny. She sent it back. I just know. I think this is just the perfect storm of like annoyances and my least favorite things about us. I think that's part of like what's going on too. I just know he's either not going to have all the ingredients or he's going to get a couple of wrong ingredients and be this ingredient has to be this. I'll be like, it's fine. The way I hate that man when he does that. I said that cottage multiple times. He rejected it. Exactly, Simon. It's not how baking works. None of it is how baking works. None of it. I swear to fucking God. Whoopsies. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. Or if he isn't careful, no pie, yeah. Like, I just know if he ends up wanting to get, I told him, I was like, you're in charge of getting the ingredients. I'm not gonna blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna let him ask me for the pumpkin pie ingredients. He can take the initiative. He can do the emotional labor of realizing he doesn't have the recipe for it. Yeah. Or he can assume that every recipe is the same, and I'll look one up and I'll get the entire wrong set of ingredients. So the recipe, God, that's a good question. The recipe I have is my grandmother's recipe for the pumpkin pie. That's the one I was going to do. But I guess we could just make the one on a can. What even is a pie? Yeah. But yeah, I've never made it, but I've eaten it a lot. I can't believe we're talking about this damn pie again. Oh, it's gonna be bad, man. If we live stream, you guys are gonna see me at my worst, quite possibly. Like murderous rage. Sorry, muckduckerous rage. Oh, I mean, I grew up eating the one on the can. That's the one that we always made. Because I loved pumpkin pie growing up, so I always made my mom make one, or I made one, growing up. That was like the one thing around Thanksgiving that I really, really wanted, always. And, yeah, we always just did the one on the can, which was like, it's like almost, like there's almost nothing to do. But my aunt makes a pumpkin pie every holiday season. She usually like brings it to family thing. That is my grandmother's recipe. I mean, it's a recipe that my grandmother used. And she sent me, a couple years ago, she sent me like photos from the recipe book that have like my grandmother's notes in the margins. Actually, I have them here. I can show you. But I'm sure it's like very typical recipe. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's probably like not all that different from, when did I save this to the thing? When was this conversation that we had this? It's like this. I guess you can't see. Ay, ay, ay. Can you see that? Do you see all that? You can sort of see it, whatever. Damn. Oh my God. There we go. Now it's in focus, sort of. Oh, and it's not on screen. Oh my God. This is so annoying. Whatever. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. I give up. It's a stupid fucking recipe anyway. No one cares. Just make the one on the can. Maybe what I'll do is when he's like, okay, I'll help. Tell me what you need me to do. I'll just be like, what I need you to do is to make that pie. I'll make this one, you make that one. That's how you help. CNN is not a good news source, kiddo. What are we talking about? I don't really use CNN, dude. I literally just got done talking about how I don't use CNN like an hour ago. We got one, yeah. That must be a bot, right? What an out of pocket comment. I wonder what triggered that. What a weird thing. Is it because all the bots are gone? Man, does that mean most of my chat is bots? What's wild is that they weren't taken offline after the fucking election. Yeah, 7 followers, 7 following. Oh, you're a bot, all right. That's a bot. Mm-mm. Do, 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 do. Oh, there's a lot of bots. Shit, that's what's going on. There's a lot of bots on on this like Elon Musk post. Well, the Twitter and TikTok post I did, or the TikTok CEO and Elon Musk thing that I did. There's literally like a couple of comments said that almost are word for word the same thing, and there's a literal like Elon Musk bot on there. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All in all, we're just another bot on the wall. In the feed. All in all, we're just another bot in the feed. We don't need no education. This is dark and accurate. We don't need no thought control. some in the classroom. Hey, Elon, leave our apps alone. Oh no, we're just another bot on the wall. Oh no, we're just another bot on the wall. I kind of like wall there. But maybe because I'm just thinking of like Facebook wall. You know what I mean? Does it work? Does it work as wall? Oh no, just another bot on the wall. Hey, Elon, leave us apps alone. Okay. All right. Oh gosh, I'm gonna take my dog out and then I'm gonna clean my eyeliner off, and then I'm gonna get my tuchus in the freaking bedus. It's gonna be fabulous. We're gonna love it. We're gonna love every second of being asleep, which we're definitely gonna do. We're definitely gonna sleep. Right, Chris? We're definitely gonna sleep. Just trying to get all my extra energy out. Amazing. I didn't get done what I wanted to get done tonight. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. All right, whatever. Love y'all. Stay groovy.